We are.
It's out of our sight. Yeah, it's out of our system.
Yes.
Yeah, for 5 minutes.
Chat appears to be up. Okay, boom. All right. Oh, you know what? Let's get some.
And his equipment list is up to date, right? So
should be.
Okay.
Yeah, everything that's in there is probably good, and if not, then we'll figure it out as we go.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that I'm not going to perform something.
Pretty sure he has 7 HP total.
And he's a melee user, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Melee?
Yeah.
I cast Molotov Cocktail.
It does 1d6 damage per round.
I cast Fentanyl.
Oh! Just the mere utterance of the word, 7 people have passed out and 12 died.
Wow. Okay, do I have y'all on the right square? We'll find out when we get to the map here.
We are somewhere
Yes.
on the map.
Now, I could go back to the map, but technically y'all have moved from where we were on that map anyway.
Technically, right now, we just saw blue giants.
Yeah, 2 of them.
Does someone want to give a summary at all from last time?
I did not write a
It's
summary.
okay. It
But
doesn't have to be like a written one.
I have cliff notes.
If you want, go for it.
For
Otherwise, I'll do
session
mine.
10, starting with successful snares, catch prey, thanks to Fizzwig's wisdom, the gas symbol. The creatures were a result of Rosna C, a fallen paladin. He's the one who supposedly brought undead to Chult, and some of them still serve him. We had a peaceful day of travel. I made a Ouija board for Fizzwig's religious rituals. Was successful. Cyan is an expert bug catcher. We had an unfriendly run-in with the Iron Fang Syndicate, Xanros and Kayla. Gave them information, got nothing in return. Kayla, parentheses, arcane trickster, question mark, took the coin that was left, but or that they left in the room, but gave it back last minute. And then I was still watching the recap. And just skipped forward a bit since it was closing on time, and I have combat with tribal goblins that were called Batiri?
Batiri goblins.
Yeah, Batiri goblins almost got wrecked.
Did anybody go down in that fight?
Kawasha, twice.
But none of you did, I don't think, right?
No.
Oh.
Surprisingly, I did not.
Yeah, Sprite, you were invisible.
That's right.
And then after the... We did rescue one person.
You're lucky you're
I don't think we got his name. We did. Ryan, that's right. Him and Pimby kept getting into altercations because Pimby was trying to perform necrophilia. I mean, scavenge bodies.
Perform necrophilia.
Yes.
My performance checks. First off, my performance checks this high.
And then the morning after, I have we see the 2 frost giants and presume them to be the ones that created the large footprints. They're my cliff notes, not put together for
Those footprints were
dialogue.
definitely just jokes made by the goblins, for sure.
Yeah, this was all a dream.
Hell yeah.
I wake up the next morning.
Yeah, brother. Okay.
Pimby holding my nose even though I don't have to breathe.
Yeah. What are you rolling for?
His experimental elixir.
Fair, he's not here, might as well.
Yeah.
Yep, I'd say go for it.
Alright, so we brewed a elixir of boldness. The drinker can roll a d4 and add that number rolled to every attack roll or saving throw they make for the next minute. Holy cow. Pimby's gonna love that.
So, yeah, exactly as said. So this last time, y'all started off leveling up to 4 after completing the rest. Caught a couple things inside your traps because I rolled a 2% for your roll check for those, which was really good. Got a Ouija board. We are attempting different items and methods to cast augury with Fizzwig. Y'all went east and ran into Xanros and Kayla from the Iron Fang Syndicate as they were killing some kind of monstrous snake, which you all stole some of the meat from.
I did. I took some meat and I cooked it up.
And then
There was some conversation,
And then I gave it to Pimby.
You all kind of tried to give them some information about what you were doing there and what you knew and why, and they did not reciprocate with any information, but kind of just went on their own way after throwing a couple of less than friendly words. Zonros taunted Rune, letting you know that you had fallen behind in the Gladiator Games, and that he had won another 2 events, participated in another 2 events.
Yeah, guys, we need to go back to the city for a bit.
The real important.
You've got a reputation to make and then uphold.
Yeah.
Continued travel a little bit
Image
east-southeast, but the weather was really bad, so you all had to split your day. And you actually waited for a while the weather calmed down, and at that point it was pretty much nighttime. You continued traveling, and then you actually, during that time, Rune made some bitch tokens for Pimby.
Yeah, bitch tokens for Pimby.
Apparently you've coined the term bitch token.
While smoking the snake.
Yes, smoking a snake. There's a
fire. I
phrase.
learned about smokestacks from Kawasha.
That's true. This is true. And then Fizwig started working with a Gorallan Fang to try to carve and imbue some energies into it. Y'all kept going and heard some groaning coming from further out. And when you went to investigate and actually did heal the one surviving member of an ambush, Ryan, he was in a panicked state, and you all were ambushed by a little group of Batiri goblins. I say little, but it was like 15 of them. You did fight them off pretty well. 2 of them ended up running away, but Kawasha did go down a couple of times. You did rescue Ryan and ended up going to his party's camp after Pimby attempted to loot everybody by immediately going for nearby female corpses, clothes, and waste. Which was not perceived or taken well by the...
Not in a creepy way, though.
Yeah.
By the very... Yeah.
In a totally normal, platonic way.
Yeah, but this is Pimby, so what is normal and platonic for Pimby?
Yeah, I have to go back and look at the video, but I'm pretty sure you literally said that you went for the waistband or the...
Rummaging their pockets, as one would normally do.
Yeah, person pocket.
Rummage through their pockets, starting from the pelvis out.
Yeah.
That's where they hide the good stuff.
Yeah.
Y'all went to the camp and took your turns, and then I believe, was it this last session where... I think this was the last session where Cyan caught his bug, right?
Yeah, he caught
That was
his bug.
I forgot to put that in my notes.
He caught his blue bug.
And
I told him he should have made a terrarium, but
I don't think anything else notable happened for the rest of the session. I think we just kind of...
And then...
Yeah, nothing at all.
We came across like
During
an
the
open,
night.
empty plain
Yeah.
that had...
open
two-
plain in the jungle, that's
There were
questionable.
Sunny,
Yeah.
and a sign that said to Port Castigliar.
There were 6 cots just laid out.
Yeah.
Cops.
Cots,
Oh, no.
you know?
Pimby, hide.
Yes,
I
but
just
then
played that amongst the corpses.
during the final shift in the morning, as who was on shift for the final watch? Was it?
I think Sign was first, I was second.
I think
or
it-
was
swapped
it Pimby? I
around,
think it
and then
was.
I think
Pimby
it
was last.
Pimby.
Yeah.
I think it was.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. But that is.
But if the
where we will
watch
resume.
is over, I make sure to give my shield back to our cleric.
Well, no. Remember, because your watch was interrupted by
Oh, shit. Then
the
I keep the shield.
sounds, and then you
Sounds.
got everyone up, and somebody got everyone up, and everyone
Yeah.
heard the sounds, and then they were being all hush hush, and y'all made the decision that as those sounds were getting closer, stomping potential distant footsteps, you all wanted to get a little bit northeast to get out of the pathway of whatever was coming,
Okay.
and then you kind of hunkered down in a bush.
Yeah, and then we hid.
That's
Yeah.
Okay, in that case,
I think we all made stealth rolls, too.
You did indeed.
which
Yeah, sure,
I must
we'll
have
call it
I must
that.
have succeeded phenomenally.
I did something.
Yes.
I think I rolled a 12, even though it was a disadvantage.
Well, I think I have
I think.
written down 15, 20, 16, and 13. I think those were our stealth rolls. Maybe not.
There was one. Well, I'm pretty sure there was one that was like 8 or 7.
Oh.
I'm
Maybe I
pretty
wrote that
sure.
one down.
It was probably me, since I had to roll a disadvantage.
I only wrote the good ones down.
And then y'all wouldn't know what Ryan and Kawasha rolled necessarily.
Yeah, wait, throw those back. Especially that line.
But you also don't know if it was individual checks or a group check, technically. Yes.
Either way, I'm pretty sure it was me.
But once he's back, that is exactly where we'll pick up.
I accept responsibility.
Actually, we'll do it without him. Now, him, Pimpy, and Cyan are no longer available for the session.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck.
I mean, that's fine.
It's okay. We didn't need them.
It just means I can take Fizwig and run. It'll be a lot faster.
So we'll step in like as the things are happening there.
Yeah.
All right.
Got it.
So as you all are hunkered down, and a pale sliver of light is creeping over the horizon, casting long shadows through the tangled jungle, the canopy above is muffling the rising sun's warmth, leaving an air damp with the heavy scent of wet earth and decayed vegetation as you press yourselves down to the ground. The nocturnal hum of insects has faded and been replaced by the cries of waking birds. But all at once, as these rumbling sounds get close, everything is deadly silence. You hear the tremors again. Boom. Boom. The ground quivers beneath your feet in steady rhythms, and ripples are sent out through the puddles on the ground and rustling dew-laden ferns. The jungle is hushed and still, and the weight of something immense is approaching.
My plate of Jell-O.
Exactly. Yeah. And through the half-lights of the morning, the shapes emerge as they did this last time, as two massive towering figures push through the dense undergrowth with terrifying ease. 20-foot frames draped in thick furs that don't belong in the sweltering heat of Chult's. And the first raises a hand to shield its face, pale and ice-kissed from the rising sun. Sharp blue eyes scanning across the horizon and shifting a massive axe on its back, and mutters in a deep, guttural tone.
Can we hear that?
Their breath, you hear it.
What does it mean?
We'll get to it. Their breath steams faintly in the morning air, in a ghostly contrast against the jungle's warmth. There's a crashing of splintering wood and snapping vines, as behind them, a third, where the two before had kind of just been meandering through, comes crushing through the jungle, and easily, doesn't so much as like step, but shove its way through the foliage, pushing aside an entire tree in its path, and in one fist, it drags behind it a corpse. A monstrous, ape-like form with sickly gray flesh, which you recognize to be a zombie Goralin. But its body is split open with a single savage cleave, having it. Its ruined body is leaking a dark smear of old blood across the jungle floor as it drags it, and its lifeless arms are twitching, as though it's refusing to accept its defeat. The giant that's hauling it snarls, and with a dismissive heave, sends the corpse tumbling through the underbrush like a discarded refuse, and it comes to a stop not but 20 feet from you all. And the first two giants pause, glancing back at the first, talk to each other for a second, and then continue moving. They haven't seen you yet. What you hear, Rune, as you are the only person who can speak in giant, as the first one comes up. Heat is unbearable. How long do we have to stay? What are you all doing?
I'm shutting the fuck up. That's what I'm doing.
I haven't breathed in minutes.
I haven't breathed in years.
Yes.
Wow. Can hold breath does not mean does hold breath.
Who needs to breathe?
Cyan also shares the same sentiments of not being weighed down by,
Yeah, the mortal coil.
Yeah, and of note, you all were rushed into this travel, so I think this only affects Fizwig, but you had to leave some things back behind at the camp because you couldn't grab everything. Although the camp was not yours, technically speaking, you just had to grab your bags and your stuff. But anyone who was not wearing their armor or didn't have it as part of them, which in this case is two of you are your armor,
So I will
one of
say-
you can sleep in your armor, and then I think only Fizwig cannot. And
But-
Ryan does not wear armor.
So to be clear,
Basic colors.
as per our custom has been so far, whoever is on Night's Watch does have your shield.
Yeah.
So that means that I would be equipped with the shield. And
I think you should
potentially-
roll to see if you remembered to bring it with you.
Oh, absolutely! I never took it off because that shield gave me.
Advantage on perception.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you can see things you never saw
But
before.
that means that my original shield is now gone because I wouldn't have been able to pick that up while running.
Fair. But y'all grabbed bags and started moving and whatnot. It's not like you wouldn't have had. You were at the camp, but you would reasonably have had, because you talked for a few seconds too to make a decision. If y'all would have wanted to have handed it back off, or one of you grabs a shield and whatnot, I think it's very reasonable to say that you would have had the forethought to grab your main combat items, like your armor, your weapons, and things like that.
Then in that case,
So we've got them, we just haven't put them on.
You are the only person who isn't wearing your armor, because yours takes, yours is a medium, 5 minutes to don?
Yeah.
Yep. Or 5 minutes to don, 1 minute to doff? Something like that.
it definitely takes less than a minute to doff.
I got
Yes,
it.
yes, brought it with you.
Yeah.
You're like holding it.
If there's anything that this man has practiced, it's to doff his armor.
I like how his armor is just
Almighty.
Yeah, exactly.
It takes him 5 minutes.
The image I had in my
Takes you
head.
5 minutes to put on this vest.
Yeah.
But it's got a hinge in the back.
Yeah.
If you
It's
all
like
are
tired
hunkered
single
down,
string. It's just like, oh, just can't get it.
so none of the rest of you understand what is being said, and all you see is massive, towering, bulky, brutish giants. And as they talk and as they move through the jungle, there is a steam that comes out from their mouth, as though ice is meeting with the hot, humid air of Chult and melting immediately as they speak. But it just comes out as deep, rumbling noises. So continue.
Are they moving away from us now,
So-
or are they staying where they are?
At the moment, they seem to be coming back towards the west-northwest, almost exactly opposite the direction of travel that you all are headed towards. So you moved a little bit north-northeast to get out of their kind of direct line of travel, best that you could tell where they were coming from. Whereas you all were heading south-southeast, over towards Port Castigliar or something. Yeah. Oh, let me bring you to the map. This is just Chult. There's a mouse on the screen.
Oh. So, put out a mouse.
But as they walk, the voice kind of booming through the morning air, the one behind kind of coarsely pushes past the other two, having tossed his savagely destroyed zombie growling body very close to you all on the ground. Pushes forward past them and just kind of goes stomping forward, leaving deep grooves in the ground. Sure enough, like his boots are very large.
Have we seen these tracks before?
These tracks that you are seeing exactly match what you encountered on the way over. There are 3 of them. They are all very much similarly dressed and all wield massive axes, with only slight variations in the gear that they are wearing.
It's just 2 of them, right? Or there's
3.
There were 2, and then a third came from behind them. Yes, and brought the body of a zombie Goralin behind it that it had apparently cleaved open.
2 we could have taken. 3. Oh, no way.
Seeing something as large as this,
Uh huh.
I don't really have much to compare it to, other than something similar.
Yeah, he's not used to big things.
Yeah, little people, little.
He's like
little person, big
4
role.
rooms tall.
But if I had to make a guesstimation, are these smaller, larger, or about the same size as the dinosaur that was chasing us previously?
Good question. Probably very similar in height. Now, naturally, the T-Rex
Yeah,
has a long
obviously,
body
yeah.
and a tail and everything like that, but actually probably pretty close. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if these giants stand a little taller than the T-Rex.
Okay.
The head of the T-Rex is not going to be probably 20 feet high. Maybe
Sure.
16, 17.
But like as far as like size is concerned, like comparable.
Yes.
D&D size of like.
So they would take
45 miles.
Yeah, they would take up at least a 4x4 square.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A mountain or 2.
Yeah. Okay. That's huge.
That guy.
Average.
They're big.
As the one from behind pushes through, the two look at each other again, and one of them kind of raises their arm and slaps it against the chest of the other one. It almost sounds like a crack going out of the jungle, even though they're just kind of. He's not attacking him.
So
it's just
it was.
the sound.
You would say it was like a thunderous clap, thunderous.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, thunder smack.
Thunderous wave, if you will.
Yes.
Great.
I don't understand why we're going back in circles, making these rotations. There's nothing here. We've already been to the northern mountains. We should move soon.
The other one kind of responds as he keeps walking past. The voices at this point, while still loud and booming, are they are making quick distance, even at the pace that they are taking. While their bodies look to be moving slow, standing 20 feet tall, they are covering ground at a rate much faster than you would be.
Yeah, they're out for a leisurely walk, but it looks like warp speed.
Yeah, they walk at 60 miles an hour.
You hear the other one respond back to him.
It'll all be worth it. After all, it'll bring power back to the tribes. Well, Trophy will be upset if we don't find something.
The intrusive thoughts just say, what?
How do you spell that? Droopy?
Droopy thoughts.
Trophy?
So I said Droofy, but you don't know the spelling right now.
Okay.
We'll figure it out.
He would know the very common giant names.
Yeah.
So we have Sleepy, we have Droopy.
Be grumpy. So wait a second. Yeah. At this point, they are leaving the nearby vicinity, and their voices are fading. The sounds of the jungle being pushed to the side around them are as loud as anything else, and you hear creaking and cracking and the swishing of brush as they go passing through it. Each step, several seconds between almost, as their feet move from one place to another before setting down.
So they've been to the northern mountains. Interesting.
Would we know if that means these mountains that are just north of us? Like
You have the map. You know that to the north of you right now, there are mountains up by Fort Belorian. And could easily put together that the Flaming Fist, who are stationed at Fort Belorian, who have much of their travel around this area and going down south. After all, they haven't conquered all of Chult, right? They're trying to go further south, but they haven't made it much further than like Kitcher's Inlet over here. So like over here. They haven't made it too much further than Kitcher's Inlet. From there west over to about the Mistcliff Mountains, this area they've kind of explored, basically laid claim to, with the exception of Port Nyanzaru. But they are attempting to push further south into Chult. And that's one of the things they mentioned to you all when you got your Charter of Exploration, is that you are helping them go further south and to find the stuff and things.
Kawasha, do you think 5 eyewitnesses is enough proof for the aura?
I am not even sure what it is I just saw.
As you start talking in kind of a hushed tone to Kawasha, you hear almost a panting in the distance and a slight rustling. I'll say that only Pimby and Fizzwig would have heard this. So while you were conversing, so we'll say that you two hear a panting and a rustling in the distance, and you hear steps, soft steps, almost padded steps from a distance.
Wait, is this in the direction that the giants were?
That they know it's where they came from.
That they came from? Okay.
Mhm.
Oh shit, dude.
It's a giant dog. Do they have a pant? I mean, I guess I would just politely put my hand over their.
I'll tell you what, since it's up in question, everyone give me a new stealth check.
Jeez.
It's a natural 20. It's a good day. It's a good day. All right.
Today's the day, guys. Today's the day.
Natural 1 right here.
Not a 1, but not a 20. It is, what is my stealth bonus? So I am proficient without expertise. So that would simply be a dirty 20.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I rolled a 16. My dex bonus.
What about Cyan?
Oh, that's a good question. Let's see. Go away, Amazon ads. So his dex is +2, and we are buffering. So I rolled a 12, but I'm waiting for the app to
He's got
reload his
+8.
character sheet.
Did it reset?
It's just showing me a blank screen,
me see.
but yeah.
What did Rin get?
12.
12 total?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was a disadvantage.
That's weird. Why did it, Okay. So, this should work. There we go. What I did is I used the pop-out version to put it in a new tab.
Gotcha.
And you'll be able to look at all the information on this one, although it's kind of weird for some reason. But this one is not live synced, so if anything changes, you won't get updates on this tab.
Which is
the back
fine.
of this tab. and
Yeah,
refresh it.
I would just need to. I just wanted it for review. So I rolled a 12. I know he has a
Okay.
+2 bonus to his dexterity, but
For some reason, I can't see his icons. Okay, I'll let you fiddle with it.
fiddle faddle with his.
It might be a tablet issue. We can try either tablet or a cell phone. But whatever you need, I can tell you whatever score it is. What are you looking for right now? Just his stealth check?
Yeah. Oh, I see. This page is a bit different.
You just need stealth?
Yeah. What is
Plus
it?
2.
+2. Okay, so 14.
14. Okay. And I don't know for them two, that's everybody. Okay. So, as Fizwick holds out his hand, you hear the panting, and getting a little bit louder and a little closer, and eventually you all can hear it as well as Fizwick and Pimby. And pauses for a second. And you all kind of turn your heads, kind of slowly look off, and stepping out of the brush very quietly, nose up in the air, you see a wolf. White fur. And as he breathes, a trail of frost is coming out of his nose, drifting up over and covering his shining bright eyes, similar to the frost giants that you had seen just moments ago. This is much larger than a typical wolf. And based on the way that it is moving and following the trail behind the giants that just came through, there is no question that this is very likely attached to the band of giants that just traveled through the space. It puts its nose up into the air, kind of pausing for a second, and waits a little bit. Oh, he has an advantage. Its head snaps over towards you all for a second, and it puts its nose to the ground and starts slowly working its way over in your direction. It is 40 feet away, and slowly nose pressed to the ground, making progress in your direction, foot by foot.
I'll let you determine it, but can I use this stealthily?
Yeah, I think we kind of had something like this before too, and we determined it's not a spell, and it doesn't seem to have like activation, verbal, somatic, material components to use it. Yes, I don't see any reason that should require. Like if someone watched you do the thing, that'd be different. But I can't imagine it would make sound.
I want to pick up something small, like a stone
Okay,
or a
Pimby.
stick. Or Pimby. I want to throw it in a different direction than us, to like make a sound like maybe hit a tree.
How far can you throw it?
30 feet.
30 feet? Okay, nose is down to the ground. Okay. All right, so you're going for like a stick? A
Stick
chunk of
or
wood?
a rock, like something.
All right. Give me a percentile roll, but don't tell me the result yet.
Zero knowledge protect me.
Inuem est dormiem est requiem.
Do y'all actually know where that's from?
Gregorian chants? I don't know where that was from.
Monty Python.
Yes.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, did you roll? Okay, give me the number.
45.
45. That works because I gave it, because you chose a stick, I gave it a huge benefit and I gave it a 50% in this case. I was like, I wouldn't have. It had been like probably like a 25, like maybe a 30. But I gave it 50 because it's a stick.
Even
So-
a giant pupper is still a
Yes,
pupper.
the stick goes flying through the air, barely whistling over its head, and cracks gently against the root of a tree back behind it. The head snaps around from this giant wolf, its paws digging into the ground for a second, rears back on its haunches. It gets low, sees it, and its eyes open up, it comes up a little bit, and goes bounding off and jumps at it, grabs it, and as its teeth go to bite into it to play, it shatters and splinters in its massive jowl. And the wood goes flying off into the distance. It raises its head back up to the air a few seconds later, disappointed and kind of pawing at the stick that isn't moving or doing anything else. What was your stealth check? Yours was the lowest, right?
It was 12.
12? Okay. It raises its head once more and kind of goes back and sniffs around inside the area. It goes bounding off towards the giants as they left, making a kind of berth, not directly in the same way they went, but kind of flanking out to the side, very quietly and quickly disappearing into the jungle.
I knew it would work.
That's all you need is a stick for them puppers.
I mean, how long do we wait in silence before we
I say
like...
we go.
Yeah.
Six more wolves. No.
Let's
Without consulting Eileen.
They got a fucking convoy.
and then immediately get thrashed by wolves.
Ryan, Dagger, Pimby.
let's move, leave the area. Let's
Do we
collect
want to
our
go back
thoughts.
to our camp to get our shit?
Not
No,
the
I
wolf in the
Yeah,
vicinity.
I think that's too risky.
What all did we leave there?
Well, he
Just
said-
like our tents and stuff? Or?
Well, he said we took our bags. We took
So when y'all got there, I think you said you didn't
We
set
did
up anything additional.
Yeah, because they already had 3 set up.
So really, all that was there that didn't get taken by the Bateri goblins was that one pack that y'all went into and grabbed the stuff out of. It was like a ration and a couple blankets and stuff.
Yeah, whatever Penny looted.
And then there was 3 or 4 shoddy kind of canopies set out, little lean-tos. What the?
Oh, yeah.
No, let's not play that. That's not what it's supposed to be playing.
Yeah.
Let's try again.
D&D.
Twitch is gonna take us down.
This is YouTube, not Twitch.
True,
Oh,
which is
you did
worse.
not?
'Cause-
You
yeah.
didn't read the message? What are you
I totally
doing?
forgot, but yeah. You
He even thanked you.
Damn, how far did you get into
I'm
the
grateful.
song? That's probably going to be an issue.
Well, to be fair, we
He
did
was
not
getting
what it
in the
clicks.
D&D mood.
I'll say, man, Lenny Kravitz is in the room with us.
Yeah, he approval.
Bummer.
He's in the fridge.
I'll have to mute part of it. Oh, well.
Yeah. You know what? No, just it was my
Is Lenny
bardic
Kravitz in
inspiration.
the room with you right now?
All I have to say
Who
is
put
it
that
ain't
on the D&D
over until it's
playlist?
over. Over.
Yeah, I say we move away for now, collect our thoughts, and discuss what we've seen, what I've heard. But it's probably not a good idea to stay in the area with the wolf on the search for.
I think it's fair to say that it was not the Tyrannosaurus Rex that made the footsteps that they encountered.
My Turtle City theory has been.
What was it that gave it away? The boots?
With the fur.
It was the boots with the fur.
Anyways, how are we gonna get evidence of that? But yeah, let's move and talk
Yeah.
instead of just staying here.
Agreed.
Let's move away, like,
To the east.
yeah, the direction that they came from. Like, let's,
So
we
we
still
back
have-
down to the southeast again still.
yeah.
Okay. All right, you all kind of stand up and dust off some of the loamy soil. The light of morning is still pretty faint and barely coming through the canopy, but apparently it was enough to make. Well, so for one thing, like you are still the only person who knows what has been said.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. What are they talking about?
Oh, that's right. You can't understand them.
Like, I don't think we're out of the woods just yet.
Well, we wouldn't be.
It'll be a while before you're out of
Yeah,
the
I
woods.
think that would take
Woods punt?
months.
Making a wood punt?
But anyway, sometimes I forget.
I'm known for my,
You're known for your
topiary,
witty comebacks.
my witty remarks, topiary themed jokes.
Anyways, do you guys know a doofy?
Oh,
I knew a guy back in college that we all called Doof, but
Was
it's
he
probably
similar in stature and skin color?
no, he's very different. Maybe their cousins or something.
Well, apparently they've been going around in circles here, looking for something to bring power back to their tribe.
now are they talking about like?
They went all the
Some
way to
sort
the
of-
northern mountains. I don't know what northern mountains they're talking about.
Pimby and Cyan can both give me an intelligence check.
And we will both do so. I'll start with Pimby, out of fairness.
-6. What?
Oh no, that's why it's little one. I'm just kidding. Intelligence. And what is this? Just a flat intelligence?
Just straight intelligence.
Okay, so that would be, and we mentioned that we won't be adding my jack of all trades bonus to
No.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
my
'cause it's not
dad
a
is,
village.
So Pimby rolled a 15.
and I wouldn't have any knowledge of these
Of
giants. I just
course,
have the
Cyan would.
interface or the capability to speak the language. due to
Cyan got a
science.
23. Nerd.
Fair. You can give me an intelligence check at disadvantage. Because you just have experience with the language, but not necessarily. Yeah. Okay, I like it. What did you roll?
Cyan got a 15. I'm sorry, Pimby got a 15.
Okay.
Cyan got a 23.
This seems like it'd be the perfect time for a passive intelligence roll.
Yeah.
A passive investigation.
Best investigation.
Just straight intelligence.
Huh?
14.
Okay. So, the person who knows what these are, of course, is going to be Cyan. And Cyan will know that these are, in fact, frost giants.
They work at a bank?
And they're at the top of their game.
While he doesn't have a lot of information about them, it is extraordinarily odd that they would be in a place like Chult that is so different from their climate. Because of the people that do know anything about frost giants, it's that they yearn for eternal winter. It's that they are all about the cold. They praise gods of cold.
And they're
They-
wanting to search for a relic of power. I wonder what they're looking for.
You don't know.
Well,
Did he say that?
no, he didn't.
Okay.
He mentioned, he didn't specifically say relic of power. He said that they're looking for something to restore the power to their tribe. But as vague as that is, I accidentally was speaking my inside thoughts outside.
Oh, we've talked about this. God.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Filters.
I am done. And I'm playing two people. There's too much room in my head. I mean,
It's
none of
multiple
it's very-
personality disorder starting to come out.
It's just the same personality. Just copy and paste it over. I have like 64 tabs open.
Yeah. Cut to Cyan just being like, bitch.
I'm making a potion as Pimby pulls his heart out.
That would be worse, having multiple of exact copies of yourself rather than like different
you're
versions.
telling me, dude.
Yeah.
Absolutely the worst, dude.
The opposite of multiple personality. It's the same personality.
Just-
Your body changes.
Oh, God. And all of them have body dysmorphia.
And every time they see a guard, all of them in unison.
Dude, well, yeah, you know those videos where they're just overlaying podcasts? Like, I think they did it for Joe Rogan's podcast, where I don't even know if he's saying pull that up, Jamie, but it's something that he says like consistently on every podcast. And so they're all queued up at different times so that they sync by saying that one phrase overlapping in like perfect synchronicity. It's like that, except bitch. In my mind.
The many flavors of bitch.
Frost giant.
Ryan kind of stands up shakily on his knees, kind of looking at you all, eyes wide, jaw like dropped open, like. Is this what I can expect for the rest of the time staying with you lot?
With me around? Yes.
Maybe
already
You
doesn't
don't
like
have to
you.
stay.
Look, man, he doesn't have to like me. He just has to survive. All right.
To be fair, we've had some pretty bad luck.
You said we or you?
We.
Worse than that?
Oh.
Well, it depends. At least people survived this time.
I don't understand. What are they? Why are they here?
I believe they are frost giants. Why they're here, I only have a vague notion based on what I could hear them
Are we
say,
traveling
but
during this conversation?
Yeah, you can. You can be walking again back to
Can
the
we put my
south.
vest on, my vest plate?
I give you your.
did they indicate
shield
that their
back.
tribe was
Perfect,
located in the northern mountains, or that they had just gone there in search?
All you heard was that they've already been to the northern mountains.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify.
Just so it's weird. Because you mentioned that we all
Right.
like
How
picked up
fluent are
the
you
gear
in
that we
Jack-
would have
Jack-
normally carry on our
Jack-
person.
Well, I'm pretty fluent.
Uh-huh.
We
My
traded
programming never
shields,
fails.
so now
Okay.
my shield back and his shield back.
Got it.
But
okay.
You're like,
I'd say it's very
took
odd
giant
based on the
101.
climate
Like-
for
Oh,
frost giants.
la biblioteca.
I can't imagine it'd be natural for those monstrous things to be anywhere.
I asked him, I was like, how long have you been adventuring, pal, bud, Brian, if I can.
Hey, no, Ryan. Get it right.
Yeah, well, the B stands for big.
No, he's not a god.
How
Only do
long
that.
have you been in the game?
I don't know what part of this you think is a game, but I've traveled different places over the last 8 to 10 years.
Yeah.
A decade of my life spent doing this.
Well, you
Pimby.
must be doing something wrong because we literally just started and it's the
Pimby.
worst.
First off, we haven't just started.
I
Second,
just.
It's his first day.
what just happened? Not natural at all. You feel how hot it is here? That
Yeah.
not natural.
You're telling me, man, I'm way low to the ground and I feel the heat. And some people say it's the humidity.
It's both.
Yeah, it's so both.
But 3.
All I
That's-
have is this robe, and I'm sweating up to here.
How do we even begin to report that
Yeah.
to Yara?
At this point, I feel like we're
Because I
just
think we found her
unloading all
anomaly.
of the trauma.
As you have started walking, you walk past the corpse of the zombie Growlin that is cut open, and it twitches for a second, and Ryan, is it alive?
Well, technically,
Listen,
it's
Try
unalive.
not to scream.
You're right. Shit.
They've probably got good hearing, and that
sorry.
wolf isn't that far away.
He starts like tiptoeing backwards from it, and
If he steps on a twig.
almost trips over a stick and falls, but manages to catch himself.
Right, what if you just walk that way into the woods as far as you can?
looking at the
Ryan, not Brian.
Garalin, straight, clean cut.
And he has a companion with him, right?
Yeah, himself, and that's it.
I thought he had like a.
The one you tried to molest?
He had
I
several.
genuinely
and they're all
thought.
dead.
Okay, so
Yeah, they're all
I
dead.
thought there was one.
Yeah,
that
he was with a traveling party. There was
right, but wasn't there one that
7?
that we were defending from
7.
the Gobelinos?
Him.
It was him
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
was wounded. Oh.
Yeah, you all got pulled into an ambush. He was bait, and you all took the
Gotcha.
bait.
Okay. All right. Well, in that case, look, Ryan. The only way we can make it out of here alive is if we just keep our cools and work together. Because I'm shitting my pants right now. Like so much. I'm this big right now, and that guy was at least this big.
I hear you say you're shitting your pants. I'm like, do you need any medicine?
I would. You know
I'm
what?
just checking the Garalin while he's trying to give Ryan a pimpy
Like-
pep talk.
Like, you didn't even
Yeah,
take.
so-
you didn't even
I
take
also
the
mentioned to
teeth.
him. I'll say, him, look, it's been about a week since I had a proper bath. Like,
It probably has.
yeah, things are building up, man.
But you did get dumped in that pond, though.
Like Pimpy.
Yeah,
But you see,
That
it
was so
felt
proper.
better, but it smells worse.
Pimpy, I was thinking it was the
It
tea,
is
but I
stagnant
think
water.
there might just be something
Yeah.
kind of going on.
Depending on the
with
type of
your
water, it could be
whole-
moss.
Yeah, man, it's
your
contracted some
Well,
sort
if
of
it's a pond, it's straight
VD.
stagnant.
Your,
Yeah,
your
yeah.
whole GI
So it's
system
probably
seems like
not
maybe it's just out of whack.
Like, we can
Not all
realign
pond water's
my
gonna be
GI
impure, though, if
later,
it has
dude.
fish
Like,
in it, or if it has some good, like...
like,
No,
you
I
got
mean,
any
it's probably
special
gonna be
rocks
pretty
for that?
nasty.
Absolutely.
You go see a
Maybe.
doctor. or
I
something.
would rather
what's inside of it.
do alternative medicine than that.
Yeah. Looking at the zombie Garalin corpse, it definitely is very much like the ones that you fought before.
Hold on.
Um,
Hasn't Cyan been taking notes on these bodies, or like, wouldn't he be the best one to do?
He
A proper
grabs samples of
investigation.
unique plant life
Okay.
and the such. He's looking for
And
stuff
he-
more
does he
related
still
to
have-
medicinal.
Does he still have
effects.
heads?
yes. You have 4, and he has 2.
Yes.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and then that other super duper lame party robbed us of what, like 3?
No.
Those bastards.
They had their
We
own.
left them there.
That's right. They took the ones that were rightfully ours.
Yeah.
Hey, if I didn't have to carry your dead body,
True.
To be fair, we left them there.
yeah. It was a
Yeah.
kindness.
We were gonna come back. From
Yeah,
We're
it's
like,
called
And then they caught up and passed you all when you got lost.
it's called paying it
doing a
forward.
circle for 3 days.
It's called paying it forward. I'm just confused. In the events for the arena were every 3 days.
Oh, so we've missed out on.
Not necessarily.
I don't remember the schedule.
The schedule only went out so
Oh,
far
right.
when you were there that one
I don't
time.
live
You
my
couldn't
life
see
by
the
a
full
schedule.
series of events, but it seemed
No,
like even though not all
fast
events
and
were
loose.
part of the the build up for the series. There were several on there that you could see. Within that 10-day, there were at least 2 more that counted towards the event. But the body of the zombie gorilla that is there is very much like the ones that you all fought. But the
Okay.
only sign of injury that you can see on it is a single cut through that split it from like neck almost down to the other side, like barely holding on as it's cut
Wouldn't
open.
want to
and
be
dead.
on the other end of that axe.
Yeah, I was gonna say that this looks like a giant's axe,
I bet Zamros is going to try to arm wrestle them.
and he might win.
He might.
He made quick
I don't
work
think
of
it's
all of you guys
Shall we
at
keep
the
going?
arena.
Yeah, I mean, we should just keep heading
Absolutely.
towards the coast.
Yeah.
Are we moving further away from those things? Or?
The opposite
the
direction,
plan,
yes.
Ryan.
But they came from that way, right?
Came from that way, going
Which
a
means
different
they're
way.
not there now.
Listen,
Do you think there's only 3?
there's
They
no
have a whole-
telling
they
at this
just-
point.
I was
They
gonna
mentioned
say-
a tribe,
Yeah.
and I'm sure a tribe constitutes more than 3.
I'll say
Why,
this.
why would a tribe of those things be in Chult?
That's a very good question that we don't have the answer to.
Well, what good are you all?
Well, saved your life,
Listen
so that's
here,
one
Ryan.
thing.
That's fair.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's fair.
Pretty. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna leave it
But
at that because I could
I'm
definitely make it
always
worse.
an advocate of more heads are better than one, so once we...
When you say that, I point at the heads
Well,
that
usually.
Cyan are holding.
Look,
Either way-
I know you're new to this group.
And we've
here,
got
Byron,
9
but-
heads. Right?
Kawasha, can you
10, 11, 10,
send a
11.
message with
Because we
one
have
of
5 heads
your
total, right?
birds
Yeah, it's us
to
4.
Liara to
Plus
let her
Kawasha
know what we just
and
saw?
Lions.
And then
Are we good?
Koopa Loompa.
Koopa, yeah, so that's
I could send.
12 heads.
I'm sure I could
12
get a
heads
creature
better.
there over the course of the next couple of days. I'm not quite sure what I would try to communicate. What is it that we would say?
3 frost giants seen there.
Oh, hold on. Why don't we? Are we able to? So do we have our own copy of this map?
You have this map from
Yeah.
Silver Sylvain. You literally have that map.
Okay, then what about
Okay,
we just like mark in the general area that we encountered them? That way,
Okay.
should we come back?
Do you actually want it marked?
Yeah. Just
Okay.
not even like this is where they're at, but
Yeah.
this is where we saw them, and they were heading that direction.
Also, with the map out, I would ask Kawasha what he would assume would be a northern mountain.
Fair. Okay, I like it.
Yeah, I mean, is it north of Port over here where Port Berlawarian, or is it all the way in Lanten? Because I imagine that's just a quick dip in the pond for them.
They don't
Ocean
even
bathing.
yeah, they
Could
can still
just
touch
not
bottom.
work.
They can just ford that
Yeah,
path.
they just wade in.
Just
the
drop
water
him in the
below.
Mariana Trench.
Fell vines.
His head's still above. Dang it.
I mean, yeah. Would Kawasha know if those mountains are referred to as the Northern Mountains?
Yeah. So Kawasha would. Do you all like have the map out? Because you said
Yeah.
you're marking it,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
He would point down to the map and say, "The only mountains north of here would be those up by Fort Belawayan themselves."
Well, that explains why Liara asked
Oh,
for an
and-
investigation. If that is
And if what
the
you're
perceived northern mountain, they
and
have
if
been
your
over there.
translations are correct, they've been walking rounds in this area. So, have they just been roaming around the mountains all the way down here?
That's so close to the fort. How did they not know that?
Well,
there were
remember
giants?
we saw those
Well, we
footsteps.
didn't know until they were right on top of us.
Yeah, but I just mean
I
that
thought
they.
it was a turtle city.
I just mean that the people in the fort to be like, You saw these giant footsteps.
So
wonder
all that
what's
you
causing
heard
this.
when Liara was describing that was that expeditions that had gone south from Fort Belawarian had encountered them. They didn't specifically say where, but the other thing that you could have obviously take a look at the map is that there is a significant difference in distance from Fort Belawarian to the first spot where you could be at the entrance to the Northern Mountains. So that could be there, could be, I mean, anywhere in here, right?
Yeah. But also to have encountered them down there, it seems like they're obviously searching for something. Maybe they're just expanding their patrol.
I mean,
That's fine.
mind you, like I don't even know
They
if I would
mentioned
even
looking
make that
for an
assumption with my
artifact.
knowledge.
to bring back power to their tribe, but
Did
they're clearly searching for something.
Rune? Did they specifically mention artifact? And then I'll go to Kawasha's. Like, where aren't you? Like, wasn't there something you were looking for specifically, artifact wise? No.
Kawasha?
No, he was
Kawasha.
just looking to murder undead.
I thought it was. Yeah, I thought that was like his. What he was
That's
all
his kink,
about.
yeah.
But yeah. I thought that we were doing it with the cause.
So you did not hear the word artifact
Okay,
when
that's
the giant spoke.
Because I know I said the word. I didn't know if he said it or if I said it and then you wrote it down.
Yes.
I don't. Let me, I'm pretty
I
sure.
thought we heard different things.
Yeah.
I'll just write artifact with a question mark.
Artifact of
Yeah,
power.
so what I have written
Maybe.
down is
Power.
And then in parentheses,
they're
or
looking for
just put
something to bring
be-
back power.
I would
to
honestly
the
have to
tribes.
watch the. Yeah,
Parentheses.
I would have to watch the video
Yeah,
to be
roll
certain.
back.
But whatever.
Jamie, pull that up.
And that
Yeah,
Droopy will be angry
Who?
with them if they don't bring something back.
Yeah, they will be. I mean,
Spelling unknown.
first off, who isn't going to be angry with me?
Well, you're not Droopy.
I am not.
You're
gonna
Pimby.
be. Oh, that's right. But in general, same flies. Just not by them. They're just going to be mad at me.
There's a high
in general.
requirement. To be
Do we have y'all on the right spot on the map too?
I believe.
I want to say yes.
Let's see.
Cool.
So,
I just kind of put it to the. I was like a best
Can you
guess
show
type thing.
1, 2.
This grid that I'm clicking is the one that is the peak of the. Because you have color outlines on there for the undead, right?
Yes.
I believe so.
So that's the height of the
So I'm looking
yellow,
at just
the
below
dark
the
yellow
U.
peak.
Yeah, we're on the right spot.
1, 2.
So it's one down and to the right.
Blam. So then, okay. So then, right there.
Cool.
That's where we're at. Yep. Chicken.
Kawasha addressing you, Rune. I can try my best to communicate what it is we saw, but I don't even know. When you speak with the animals, they have limited words you can share. What do I call the frost giants? I can try.
Cold.
If we can't get a clear
big
message
person.
across, it's not
Right
worth it.
here.
Can one
So
of
what I
the
did was
It's like
carry
this is
a
the
written
opening.
message?
1, 2, 3, 4.
We could
and then
try.
one up, right.
where's the opening? This one.
1, 2,
That seems reasonable to
4,
me.
then one up.
Okay,
That's
I
what
think
we're
that might be our
previous- 'cause I
best
had
bet
measured
to
using the U,
get the
but I think the
information
type
across
font
is a
little
written
different
message
than
carried.
that word.
Well, we'll do that.
Here.
I'll start and I'll try to get a
So
bird
we're right
or
here.
something down here for us. Go ahead and what are you sending it on?
I
I
have
think it's
like
right
a
here.
like a
We'll just
journal
move
with
the
like parchment
Okay.
that I can
Castigliar.
rip this parchment out
I
of.
think we made
Perfect. What are you writing down on your parchment?
Can you zoom out a little
Uh-huh.
bit?
D enhance.
Okay.
Re-enhance. Upscale.
South from
4K.
Fort Belawarian, headed towards Port Castigliar.
Super simple.
Saw 3 frost giants and 1 large white wolf.
Extra grande.
Big dog.
According to what I could hear,
Bow Wow Loco.
they are looking for
Patros Locos.
something to bring back power to their tribes. And have been walking in circles in the jungle.
In the jungle.
Okay, you said. How did you describe the location?
South of Fort Belawarian, heading towards Port Castigliar.
Over.
How long have we been traveling?
4, 5.
more at this point.
I recall it being over.
I think it was the third day at most when you got to Fort Belwarian.
Well, let's look at the date. The TOA
I'm
date
trying to
counter.
get a time frame from when we left Fort Belwarian to
Oh, wait.
right now, so that I can give them a amount of days that we've traveled.
Probably
So
7
they-
days.
So hold on.
So I'd say travel 7 days of travel after leaving.
Of course, they're going to think 7 days of travel, not 7
yeah.
travel.
Hey, but we were
Okay,
making good time the first couple days.
Well, knowing that
That's
we
true.
got lost, then I'll down it to 6 days of travel.
Okay.
To give a better.
And then technically,
6
isn't this
days.
the 12th day that we've been out, or the 12th day on the TOA day counter?
You could also just say
'cause
halfway between.
So that's what I thought too. And I'll be honest, when I went back to look at my notes, like the calendar that I have has us on the 23rd of Cathorn, which should be the 12th day.
Well,
based on
what
we
I'm
started.
saying is
but for some
because-
reason I've got my notes as the 11th.
The session, well, at least for today's session, we
Yeah.
started the day after. I don't know, because remember, we woke up, we were awakened by the giants at the end of the watch. So I don't know if
What I'll do, I'm going to play on the safe side and give you guys the day back until I can confirm later that it is the 12th day. So because my notes kind of have I don't see anything that makes it. Oh, you know what? I don't have notes from the very first day.
Well, would that be
Maybe that's
day
why.
1 or day 0?
Day 1.
Okay.
Yeah. It might be the 12th, but until I can confirm that, we'll say day 11 still.
So regardless if it's the 11th or the 12th, wouldn't it technically be the next day right now? Because I don't know if we moved the day counter after this morning's.
So I actually moved it back because last time when we ended, for some reason, I had it on 12.
Maybe we took into consideration that we were going to start this session the following day.
Maybe. I'll go verify later, and then we'll make it the difference either way.
I mean, we spent the day. It's not like we.
Because you did stay at Fort Belwarian. I think 7 days is pretty
Yeah.
darn close to accurate. I think 7 days is about the travel that it took. A week to make it here. Which then again, I mean, that's just 112 miles, so it's really not bad.
yeah.
Yeah, with my tiny legs, I can do that.
Actually, that is pretty good in 7 days. Hold up, what?
Yeah, we're great.
What?
One. Wait, that's perfectly good. What the heck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, you must have had several days of 2 square or 2 hex
Yeah, we
travel.
made it to here.
Yeah,
I
we
think.
moved very
Yeah.
fast the first few days.
Yeah. Hey, that's
But-
not bad.
Yeah, I'll let them. I'll give the estimated 7 days of travel, so if they have so that they can approximate the distance.
Ruin's message comes across as somewhere in jungle, found tall blue things.
And
Hey,
dog.
I'm not that dumb.
Looking for thing.
Big
No,
dog.
I'm just kidding.
I have 12 intelligence. I'm not that dumb.
You do. You sure do.
You're
Although-
less dumb than ever.
Although it's very hard to write.
Fair. Articulate with the fingers.
Maybe I'll have Fizzwig write the message while I write what I say. He probably has nicer handwriting.
Over the course of 10 minutes or so, Kawasha calls a couple of birds to come down. On one of them, he takes a piece of twine and fashions a little loop, and then takes the page from you and just makes a pretty standard little rolled up parchment and attaches it, speaks to the bird.
I
And
do want to, at the end, put
Uh-huh.
the direction that we saw them going. So west-northwest.
Okay.
So this one. Right? Sort of towards the statue of Luke.
Oh no. The ab statue.
Oh
Yes.
no, rippling abs.
Oh. That chiseled figure.
Note
I'm
from
quivering.
Rune
If I had
to
got the
Liara.
boards. That's it.
If you
Do I hear a
if you play your cards right.
Fly or something?
I think it's the one that.
I know the one.
Yeah.
Like that door opened and he flew right the fuck in, bastard. I can like hear him buzzing against something too. Stop! I don't know where I went. I hope it's not in your drink. Let's find out.
Speed?
Extra protein.
there's a they're not in here. This cam's empty, but
That's good.
yeah.
All right. Yeah. So you get that information on there, and then the bird takes off and goes up into the air and disappears in a west-northwest direction.
Okay. Here's hoping.
With any luck, they should make it to Fort Belawai in a matter of days. And then, who's to say? If Liara gets the message, if she understands what it is we're trying to say, or if she even believes it.
I would never. I would believe it myself if I hadn't seen it.
I understand that, but it's better to at least try to send word faster than we can get there.
True. Now that we know what it is, are we still... What's the plan? Has anything changed?
Well, they can cover ground way faster than we can. I think.
We'll never beat them.
Yeah, so I don't think we should stop traveling just because we fear we may be in their paths again. I mean, they were pretty easy to spot, and we were able to hide under short notice. But now that we're aware, we can take more according actions next time.
Well, I hope we do not encounter any more. Besides, that wolf, well, not... First of all, I can't imagine we have wolves. I've never seen wolves here on Chult. There are many creatures from the jungles, but wolves are not native to this area.
But did you see the size of it? Well, but this was a giant appropriate
It was
size
huge,
wolf. Yeah, it was
massive.
huge. Yeah, dude.
It was a Fenrir.
I think we got lucky. I believe it had our scent, to be
Frost
honest.
wolf.
I mean, it was
So
picking up
luckily-
on something. I mean, let's just hope that the undead, as well as the fresh corpses and the goblins that we've been encountering...
Maybe you should start bathing every now and then.
Less frequently, I understand, yeah.
Whatever floats your boat.
Also, if you could keep the incontinence to like a minimum.
Less than once a day, ideally.
Breadcrumb of poop. Breadcrumb trails, yeah, we want
It's how we'll find our way.
From trails to poop. It's like a
It's
snail
like
trail.
bunny droppings, deer droppings,
Yeah. Ooh, just leaving pimpy pellets.
pimby pellets.
I
Well,
don't understand. They're so solid, yet you keep shitting.
So now that we know what it is that was making the prince, what is it you hope to find at Port Castigliar?
truth be told, we were just hoping to use it as a stopping point for continuing our search for information on the artifact that we told you about.
Yeah.
I will take you wherever you want to go, but unless something has changed, I imagine there still probably are not anyone taking up residence at or nearby Port Castigliar. Has been abandoned for some time. Most places in Chult will be such a way. We can certainly continue. There is plenty of undead territory between here and there, so that gives me all the more opportunity to leave my mark.
Abandoned
Based on-
places are the best places to hide.
And based on those frost giants,
Yeah,
maybe
no
they
one would
used the
expect you to
port
be there
as
if
a
they didn't
resting
expect me
point
to
in their
be there at
travels
all.
and may have left some
Like
kind
the way
of
you think, Fizzwood.
Oh, we're looking for that
we
guy
can bring
that-
back to
that
Liara.
Artist Simber guy.
Oh. Say that one more time?
We're looking for that Artist Simber guy.
There's a lot on our plate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
If I was gonna hide
we're
somewhere,
just four dudes.
I'd hide at the abandoned.
And
place.
Brian.
I think it's Byron actually.
Joe Biden.
He keeps correcting me, and I think he says his name is Byron.
I believe it's Ryan.
Look, I've heard it both ways.
I cannot use the letter B. It's not programmed.
Craig. We'll call him Craig for short.
Why am I getting so many phishing text messages?
Dude,
all
it's
of a
so
sudden?
it's so bad, dude.
Like what the hell?
Yeah, there was a
Can these people all just like?
so Microsoft had like one of many data breaches. So now I'm getting like emails from myself from some
Oh, is that-
super hacker, and I'm just like, oh,
Seems super.
yeah. And well, he sends you like this whole paragraph of just like, pervert. I know all your dudes.
This link is definitely safe. You
No,
should-
no, they're just
that
like.
one seems real. You should probably respond.
Oh
to that.
no! Well, I mean, it's so dumb. Like, just whoever wrote it, it seems
He
like
knows
it's,
what you did last summer.
It's
I know
it's
what you did
worse,
last
dude.
summer.
He's
It's just
sending
like,
you
I'm gonna
nudes of yourself, and you're like, I can't believe the AI is getting so advanced.
Yeah, and it's like put your like buy a
Like how man, he
1300 in
took off,
crypto
like,
and
2
put it in
inches.
this wallet. And I'm just like, all right, dude.
That's not
It's
me.
like, don't
But
buy
100 crypto. If you
Yeah.
can afford 100 crypto or 100 Bitcoin,
Meanwhile,
So
that you would
this-
have.
this hacker's
You better start
probably
paying
just-
for all the food.
It was some dumb stuff. I know, dude. I'm just like, Jesus Christ. And it was something
Multi-millionaire.
stupid. And I was
probably
like,
a real hacker that's just at his computer, like, why won't this guy take me
no,
seriously?
I think it's like what happened was they probably because I've already had to reset my entire like the Jerry Enterprise accounts like 5 times just the last year alone, right? And then everything that I can put up to MFW or MFAs, I did like 2-factor authentications and stuff like that because it's happening so often, and it's usually nothing important, right? But then I just get bombarded by emails. I'm like, my lord, dude.
Yeah, two-factor authentication is actually pretty decent.
Yeah.
It's not a catch-all, but
It isn't, but at least you'll get notifications.
Oh, yeah.
Because 2023, my PSN account got hacked, and somebody added their account as a child
you
account.
should probably use something more complicated than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You look, man, you're telling me, like, who would expect the password to be password?
Yeah.
All lowercase.
One exclamation mark. That's where you're fucking up.
Jeez.
Yeah,
And when that one gets taken, it becomes password 2 exclamation point. Yeah.
Well, no, I would use the next key. I wouldn't, because then it's 2 key presses.
Password 1 question mark.
No,
Password.
Yeah, just keep adding D's. Yeah, and they spent, I think it was like $500 on V-Bucks. Yeah, and I was like, cool, thanks. And but like, you know, it was accompanied with, oh, your account was accessed by someone in, I think it was
Timbuktu.
No, it was a Russian IP address or like a Siberia or something. And I was like, oh shit, I didn't even know they had internet.
Kansas.
So Kansas City, Ukraine. And so I just like, fortunately, they were pretty quick on getting it taken care of. I just sent the emails and like all my owning account information to this was PlayStation Network people. They're like, all right, here's your money back. So do you want that in Sony bucks? I was like, no, put it in my bank account.
I'm sorry, the only way that we can offer you any type of refund is by a credit.
We can give you the V-Bucks back and we can give you some extra out of it. No.
So when would you like the court date?
Yeah, and it was funny because initially they were just like, oh well, you're gonna have to talk to EA to get your stuff back, and I was like, no, like they robbed me, and I didn't want any of this, and so it was wild.
Lesson learned.
Yeah, dude.
Gotta keep the security.
Yeah, and you know how I found out that my
Y'all
account
continue
got logged in?
walking, and Pimpy's just back there like having an internal monologue.
Yeah, just like, man, can you believe it, dude? It's like I'm forcing Cyan into a conversation with me because he doesn't know where he's
asking Cyan about cryptocurrency.
Yeah, Cyan's just there.
Cyan keeps like freezing up and having like moments where he just is left there by
he's
himself.
just disassociating, and autopiloting.
Yeah.
What was it? After I'm done, he's like, "What was that you were saying? I wasn't paying attention." Just leaves.
Disabling ear function.
Yeah, it's like in that what was it, The Simpsons, where the old guy turns off his hearing aid, lets them blab.
Disabling.
I forgot about him.
auditory
Abe?
function.
I think his name's Abe.
Yeah,
Homer's dad?
yeah.
I think it's Abe.
I don't know, because I don't know if it was Homer's dad or if it was like someone at the old folks' home that was like showing up on Abe's. Right, he was just like hitting on all the old ladies that Abe likes or something.
Rude.
I know, dude. Honestly.
What was that? Kawasha also paused for saying this. We can continue south, but the other thing to keep in mind is that we'd be running a little tight on resources if we continue. I know we can certainly always go and scavenge. It will take a little bit of time for the day, but we've got to make sure we have what you need to be comfortable and to be safe. I don't want to impose and assume that you can make do with what I might consider comforts out here in the jungle.
I know 2 of us are fine, but these 2 and Ryan, not sure.
I'm at full health.
Well, you may be at full health, but starvation doesn't care.
Oh yeah, I mean I got rations. You know, you guys want mushrooms?
He doesn't really eat meat, so.
And then I do eat meat
So,
exclusively.
It's the carnivore diet.
is Ryan going to stay with us the whole time?
I think he'll last a session or 2 at most.
Who's Ryan?
I'm
Brian-
He's
honestly.
the intern. He's an intern.
Oh,
I'm not sure what to do
What if
on
we-
that front.
Look,
The decision is not
he's
mine.
the newest member.
I won't deign to make a
What if we just
recommendation.
make him do errands
Anyways,
for us?
Ryan,
Fetching water.
we are
finding
going to
food,
continue.
right? He can test
south.
it out for
this
us.
is Squire.
You don't have to stay with
Ryan,
us.
do we have an
Squire.
opportunity for you?
If I don't stay with you, what do I do?
Let's see. How can we make this happen? What do we? How should we?
Can you
We're
zoom
like-
zoom the map out?
Like this?
I'm Ed. And
Well,
you're
that's
Double
not
D.
Over there?
Yeah, that's
no,
fine.
I would be Eddie. That's right.
That's good?
Eddie's the.
Yeah, because I can still see what I need to see.
Let's see. What's your intelligence?
You have that?
12. Science significantly higher.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm the dumbest.
Are you?
Mine's 10.
But you have wisdom.
Wait, so
Yeah.
we're trying to remember.
Much
just
like
without-
Ed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but when you're not wearing pants, you for some reason you're incredibly intelligent. So then I would be. But wait, charisma. So I have the highest charisma. So I definitely would be Eddie.
He has the highest charisma and the highest
I'm trying to remember
amount of
which one is which
confrontations.
because Double D.
Double
is Ed
D
with
is
two
the smart
Ds.
one.
Then there was
Ed is
with
the dumb
1D,
one, and Eddie is the
charisma.
yeah,
the
sleazy
We're
sleazy
having
one.
an Ed and Eddie talk.
Yeah.
Well, because we're trying to.
We should start a new podcast.
We're trying to
Ed Talk.
hire Ryan as an intern and give him the worst possible deal, right? Very akin to-
I'm not.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's why we're having the conversation.
And what we're going to get out of this deal is, believe it or not, jawbreakers.
They know I can hear them, right?
Look, like, he's
I
Just like
honestly-
pausing right next to
Yeah,
me.
he's just
I honestly
so
don't know
dumb.
what to do with
Nothing
this
he
one
can
anymore.
do to not fall for
No
this.
amount of discipline has fixed him.
How much longer do you think it'll be until you're back to Port Nyanzaru? or-
I'll
He
pull out
has
the
no
map.
friends. They're all dead. He has
And-
nowhere else to turn to.
We've marked where
It's starting
we.
to sound like kind of a bad
Where we
guy,
are.
man.
No, dude.
I would bring Ryan over and be like,
Facts
this
don't
is
care
where we
about
currently
your
are.
feelings, okay.
We are making our way
No.
here. We're
Yeah,
going
it
to
sounds like
go
a bad guy
east
would say
to the
that.
coast.
Oh,
Once we reach the
Just
coast,
watching your
If
villain
you want to
origin
go
story.
back,
Friday I
you go
saw-
north following the coast until you get to the mountain. Then you can follow around the mountain back to Fort Bellewarren.
It's like
Or-
the most roundabout trip ever.
I'm not a navigator though.
Okay.
I'm like, or you can stick with us.
So,
you
so
rest
Dragon,
your
he
life.
just
Don't
told
destroy
Ryan to do this. He told Ryan to do
It's
this.
such a good movie.
No,
I saw it on
down.
Friday.
That's
But
I'm
either
just going
way-
off of what you told me. The
Yeah.
words I heard.
You know what?
Described it
you
like
know what?
Seen at the cult.
That works.
It's like our-
That works. Just follow the left or the right wall.
Yeah.
I'm like,
what's
you'll
the travel?
100% get to where,
280 miles. No big deal.
like, you'll get to
Takes
civilization,
his shirt off. all that
or
shit. That movie is so great, dude.
because I mean I don't know another route, and these two are having a slave trade talk.
Whoa, the S word, pretty uncool, dude.
Okay, indentured servitude.
Unpaid internship is the
Indentured servitude.
indentured servitude. I like the ring of that.
Yeah, instead of contributing to
What does
this.
indentured mean? Is it something related to fake teeth?
Wow. That's definitely it.
It's pinned down in the character.
All right.
So he's gonna
So
be-
we're sending
You're like-
Ryan off into the woods by himself?
No,
Is
I'm
that-
giving him options. I'm not telling him
career
to go.
opportunities.
Look, stick with us, man. I'll not steer you wrong. Also, are you good at anything? Not to be insulted, but are you good at literally anything?
I as good as anyone it is as just going out into the jungle. I didn't have a specific role in the way the others did.
Do you have a weapon to defend yourself at least?
I had.
That's not what I asked.
No, it was taken.
Alright,
What's
alright.
your weapon
Oh wait,
of
wait,
choice?
actually,
Yeah,
So-
don't you have an arsenal?
I do. I have a blunt sword, a rapier, and a dagger, and I say, take your pick.
I've also got a mace.
What's his first choice?
Are
basically-
you also offering the mace? Well, why the blunt sword?
Look, it was on sale at the arena.
You know what? I should know better than to ask him questions. I'll take the mace.
Yeah.
Good choice. That was the test. You passed.
You shouldn't maybe let somebody else write the test questions.
Yeah, maybe you should also carry your weight because now you're an extra mouth to feed, and we're already struggling.
Twice your height, and I probably weigh less.
Oh shit!
I
Damn, dude.
I,
Wait, does he say that out loud?
Yeah.
I'm stunned. I'm stunned. I'm incapacitated.
Stunned.
I took emotional damage. I turned invisible,
Wow.
as per my feet. Like,
I am like, hey Byron, look, so not to be mean or anything.
Byron
Aren't you
now.
supposed to be the nice one?
no. He just has a what is it?
I get the
non-violent
sense,
pact
I get the sense
with his Lord
maybe
and Savior.
you'd be safer with us than by yourself because, and again, don't take this the wrong way,
Yeah, aren't all
There's
your
a-
friends dead?
There's a sense of ineptitude. Just kind of
Inept.
it's your vibe, man.
I don't know what to do.
Inept. What's that? That's like indebted, right? To
It's like
us.
bad stuff.
Yeah, dude. And bad stuff's gonna happen to you if you leave us. Is what he's trying to say.
He is going to
Yes.
turn towards Kawasha.
I'm just kind of like,
Oh, don't look at him for help. We're paying him.
I'm just like,
You're a guide, right? Yes, that is my responsibility. I'm a guide. How much are they paying you? Standard wares, 30 golds. I'll give you 120 golds.
He's
If
got
you'll
gold,
take me
guys. Get him! And then I platonically rummage through his pockets.
Literally?
No.
Okay.
I'll look at Kawasha and I'll just say, you know, that's probably a good idea, because you could also, word of mouth, pass on what you witnessed to Liara, and we can continue traveling for a bit.
Kawasha pauses for a second, kind of like thoughtfully considering everything, looks back at you all. The money is necessary because of the fees to Jobal. Aside from that, I do not need much coin to secure my way in life. That doesn't mean I can't do anything with it, but his money would not persuade me away from my goal of helping you all, especially as we've made progress with the undead inside the area, which matters a great deal to me. It is up to you. If you want me to take him back, I will. I can take him back to Port Nansau, or I could go back to Fort Belawarian and attempt to speak with Liara and convince her of what it is we've seen. But only if that is what you wish.
We paid up front for him, right?
You did not have to pay for him,
Jabal
actually.
is
He was covered.
covering him.
Rune, is that what's best for the situation right now?
Listen, the way I see it, Ryan is a liability,
Agreed. Yeah.
an
But-
extra mouth to feed.
But if it's a loss of,
I can still hear you guys.
I can feed up to
fucking
6
worst,
people a
dude.
day just by like.
If he's gonna be stopping me
But
at
I am
every
also,
opportunity,
I
that
would
have a
also
dis-
just
decision
rather
to make,
keep moving.
Agreed. Without all that dead weight.
I also just feel though that if the deal is we lose him and Kawasha, we've only made it through several fights.
Well, also like
because of Kawasha.
Kawasha knows where we're heading, right? We can, if it truly is abandoned, we are gonna still come across an undead territory. Also, why don't we give him heads to take
What?
with them? Heads, plural, to take with them.
Multiple heads.
Just so we can, capitalize on.
Just the way you said it. There was so much inflection. Alright.
I assuming he can come back and it'll take him. It'll be a lot easier for him to travel alone.
Ryan, do you think if we kept the pace, you would be able to keep up if we were to just head in a direction? Do you trust me? Do I have a choice?
No.
Well, that choice is always yours, but
It is
if we're
not.
going to go back, I will likely move very quickly.
You want to go? With
Probably
your friends?
we should have a bit more
You wanna
food.
meet them in
I think this would work. I think I can take him back. We will move at a
Holy
good pace. I will try to get us there as quickly and as safely as I can, and with no disrespect, with only 2 people, quite possibly quicker than we got here.
That's understandable.
none taken.
But I fear I don't have enough food for the both of us, and my scouring might not be ideal for him.
I'll give him.
Might I-
I'll give him my rations.
Bad. This is just bad.
How
When has splitting the party?
We're like, we don't have the food to feed
If
him.
you-
And I was like, okay, we'll take off. Can we also have some food?
If you have 4 days of rations, I can make that work from here all the way back to Fort Belawarian.
I haven't consumed any of my rations. I only used 1 during the Zorba, so I have 9. So I'll give him 4.
You've also given us some jerky.
jerky.
How dare you? I have 20 bitch tokens.
Was that what you gave me? 20?
Did I?
I wrote down 20.
I know you
thought it was
asked for
8.
20, but I thought I only
that
made
sounds realistic.
like
yeah,
8. No, hold on. I can give you an exact amount.
It might have been 20, I don't know.
No, I
No.
made 10 because I earned 10 gold pieces. I wrote down how much gold I got from it.
Oh yeah.
You got gold from it.
I made him pay me.
Oh.
That's right.
So I have 3 days of rations.
Yeah, I'll give him 4, which brings me down to 5 days of rations.
Okay.
Considering I don't need to eat, I'm fine with that.
Kawasha stuffs them into his sack, which is his traveling pouch. His traveling bag is much smaller than all of yours. He doesn't have much inside of there. And he kind of stuffs it closed, grabs Kupalue and sets him on top and helps him kind of grab on and wraps a little strap around his leg, hefts it up onto his back and looks over at Byron. And
So you guys were getting his name wrong.
if this is what we're doing, there's probably no time to waste.
Yes.
Before I go, is there anything else you all need from me?
Hey, Rune, should we send him back with the heads? Maybe he can use the gold from them to restock on supplies. Come back with him.
Like 3 weeks from now, he's gonna find us.
Well, I mean, like,
Well,
we're carrying these.
I'm
things
going to give
around.
him 2 ghoul heads because he helped us take them down.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Like-
That's fair.
He'll grab them and he will hand them to Ryan to carry. Which,
Yeah, don't lose it.
okay. Kind of like sets them around and ties them. They're awkwardly bumping across his back.
Those heads are more valuable than your life.
Yeah, no, ready to go. Let's go.
As Quash is leaving, I'll just let him know we'll try to find physical proof of these.
What did you call it?
Kawasha?
Asquatch.
That's what I heard too.
That's because I said as Kawasha.
Okay, I was like,
Solid burn.
I said as Kawasha
Maybe I won't come back.
leaving. I'll let him
Full on
know that
Asquatch.
we'll try to find physical proof
Yeah.
of these frost giants, since, it's hard to believe just word of mouth.
Kawasha puts his hands on himself and on Ryan at the same time, and he
Teleport.
speaks out and he uses what was it? Does he have? It's
Longstrider, right?
Longstrider. Thank you. I think he has Longstrider, and then he casts Longstrider. I believe upcasting you can use more than one target. Let me verify.
The gods of what?
This is a first level. Higher levels, you can target one additional creature for each level, so he can do 2 people. So that's perfect, because that's exactly what he's able to do. So he has Kupalue on his back. He casts Longstrider on himself and on Ryan. Looks to you all. Be safe.
You as well.
I look forward to hearing about what you find between now and the next time that I see you. If I come back and am unable to locate you for any reason, where would you have me meet you next? How?
I genuinely believe Port Castigliar is since we're already making that a destination.
I cannot guarantee how long it would take me to get there and then return.
That's fine. We'll use it as
an
a base of operations,
Yeah.
essentially, and kind of do a cordon in the area.
Yeah.
Very well. I will do my best to make it back to Port Castigliar. And if in doubt, I will try to speak with the creatures around and see if they can help navigate me back to you. Worst case scenario, listen for the booms.
That's true.
All right.
He booms, you boom,
I do boom.
I'm Rune.
Oh, sorry about your friends,
Mushroom.
Ryan. I'll
Mushroom.
give him 4 booms.
Mushroom?
Yeah,
Huh?
mushroom.
Mushroom.
Oh yeah,
Rune,
that's right.
Boom.
Boom,
Boom.
Rune,
Boom.
Shroom,
Boom. Rune. Mushroom.
And
Shroom, too.
Drew.
Shroom too. Electric boogaloo.
Well, may thou guide your travels.
From a mechanic standpoint, does that mean we split experience with one less person, or is it?
Yes.
Yes,
it does.
Alright. I take it back.
I kill every goblin I find.
It actually does.
Start the training montage.
So when does he level up?
He comes back.
Yeah.
Super
He comes back.
He's been stealing.
me back.
Yeah,
He's been stealing our experience with absolutely no benefit to himself.
He comes back. I modified your tea recipe.
Yeah. Whoa.
I added some extra protein.
Teach me your way. As he's walking off, I'm like, thank you for teaching me everything you know.
Well,
Literally.
you're welcome.
everything.
Yes. Careful navigating. Watch the weather And then he takes off like a full speed sprint, faster than normal, of course.
Tom
For a few
Cruise style
seconds,
sprint.
Ryan is kind of like grabs the rope and starts like sprinting off behind him, kind of awkwardly, but at a faster speed than he's used to, and kind of catches up, and they disappear very quickly into the dense jungles of Chult, headed in a north-northwest direction.
So they're going north-northwest, and
Yeah.
the giants were going west-northwest.
Yes, they're gonna go up this way, as opposed to probably that way, which is what the
That's very close.
That's fine. Kawash is way better. I mean, Byron, whatever.
Ryan. Yeah. All right.
You shut up, Riley.
Just never.
Who's navigating for the day?
That would be
I'll
Fizz.
navigate again.
All right, you have a +5, right?
Yeah.
+6.
+6.
Oh yeah, because we leveled up.
Oh yeah. Hey. Okay.
Yeah,
All
good
right.
time.
Yeah, and we're trying to go more towards the east towards the coast to make it easier to go south.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Let's see what the weather is today.
The weather is frosty.
Cloudy with a chance of meatballs.
Frosty. You calm down.
We'll take a break to let her out here in a second too.
She's just people.
She's just people.
She thinks she's people.
All right, perfect. You take a few moments to gather the map, look around. The sun has started rising up in the sky. The conversation having taken a bit of time. It's early. It's 7:30 in the morning. There's enough light to be able to see reasonably. The tracks are absolutely grooved in the destruction of the woods that were pushed over, the branches and bushes that were broken, the 3 different giants that came across, which, as you saw the tracks before, did not indicate you had never seen wolf tracks, and you didn't necessarily see 3 sets of tracks before, but you also didn't really investigate them. You kind of just saw them and then left. But all the same, you start heading off in what direction? Are we going this way?
East.
Well, I was gonna ask:
Yeah.
is the path from the giants cleared enough that it, like, makes effectively a path that would be easier, like less difficult terrain, or would it just be sand because there's like
It's
trees
not that
and
it's
shit?
difficult terrain.
Well, I know that, like, you had said that walking through the jungle, like, is a slightly slower pace than, like, walking
It
like, on the
is.
beach. Or
Basically, it's harder to. You're having to use more time to reorient yourself consistently as you travel, and that's what slows you down. It's not that you're having to actively like wade through a bunch of vines and crap necessarily. It's literally that it's harder to navigate as a skill through dense jungle like this.
Yeah.
But
It does seem like it'd be easier, though, if you
they
like,
didn't make a
have trees
path
that
that's
way.
like nice and like smoother, but there's definitely you could follow potentially here for a while. As far as when you can see the signs of travel, you could certainly follow those signs if you wanted to. But you'd have to follow them wherever they go.
Yeah, I would be interested in following, like,
And let's do it.
where they went. At least we can orient ourselves, like,
It is this point where you realize that Cyan left with Kawasha and Ryan. No, just kidding.
it's like if you're on a road, you won't get lost. You'll just keep, you're not gonna accidentally make a circle.
Yeah, nobody gets lost on roads.
I knew I should have gotten.
If it's just a straight road, though, I mean, like,
I knew I should have gotten my kid one of those backpack leashes. He'd run off somewhere.
All right. So is that what we're doing? Is following the path of destruction?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure.
yeah.
Okay. So you all, in this case, it is coming from the south-southeast for the time being. You start heading off, and then you're just kind of following it. So you do obviously still pay attention to what direction you're heading, and you're using your survival skills to keep an eye on where you are and where you are going to and all those things. But you start heading off, making pretty good progress as you start setting off in the early morning. And we will use that as an opportunity to take a short break, let the doggo out, and then we'll come back. Yeah. Intermission.
What did these say? Flavor black.
Yellow.
Alright, we're back.
Oh yeah.
So what we'll do then is we'll apply your roll for navigation for survival to following the pathway of the frost giants where they came from the east-southeast. And you do. You start heading off in that direction. Is there anything y'all are doing before you go, before you start moving and venturing out of what on your map is indicated as the kind of more infested area in this central part of the forest?
You mentioned that the frost giants were wearing like furred type of clothes. I'll like as we're walking, I just want to like look in the tree lines and like maybe in the area, the vicinity of the footprints to see if maybe some of the fur from their clothing got like torn off by like the foliage.
Okay. Like you're trying to find some of the fur for yourself?
Yeah, it's like basically just like some kind of evidence that of something that's not supposed to be in this forest.
Got you.
As
Okay.
we're walking through giant trees snapped in half.
Yeah.
So I'll
They
But
made-
the physical evidence of that you can, yeah.
You
I
know
see what
those
you mean.
kids
Yeah, because like if they're walking through trees, I'm like hoping
for,
that
like,
maybe
Boy
just like a
Scouts,
little bit of
so
fur
that
got pulled off.
breaks
Yeah, I thought you were trying to
so
make
using
like some
some
armor
sort of,
for
like,
yourself.
No, I'm trying to find physical
I do that
evidence.
for the giant foot.
Oh, you would need a lot.
Unless you
Also,
want to
let's-
fight them.
No. Also, I think if I notice the path like start curving or like changing direction or something, you know, we can readjust whether we want to keep following it or like.
Well, so what pace are we going at, too? Because if you're following the path, all you're doing is following the path. You can move faster, slower, the same. You can do whatever you want to do.
You're a navigator.
I honestly would. I think I would go at fast pace, knowing that they've already cleared this area of like potential enemies, that we're going out of the most dangerous zone, and we're following a slightly more
What does Cyan
clear
think?
path.
I think Scion.
I'd go for fast pace.
I have a question. What? Let me put myself in
Faith is inferior to my science. Magic is also inferior to my science. Pimby is the coolest one of. Alright, I'm in character.
My son would never say that last line.
It's a test he passed.
Pimby smells really bad most times.
He wouldn't say that either. He's
Doesn't really
indifferent.
use his smells,
He
yeah.
doesn't
He
even
doesn't have a
think, he
sense of
doesn't even
smell?
think about you. Pimby who?
Who is going to be?
Jeez, guys. You're really hurting
He thinks
me.
of you as he thinks of you as sample number
If he thinks
47.
living experiment, existence questionable.
The three of us are doing really well on this quest.
That's so funny, guys. Yeah, I think fast is and on the path is a good idea because he doesn't.
Okay.
Oh, shit, dude.
Rune is a follow the navigator type of guy, but he is going to be on the lookout no matter what pace we're on.
Okay. All right. So, you all head off. Gear packs, not really need to go back and get anything from the other place, as Kawasha departs with Ryan, back up towards Fort Bellawari at a good pace.
Oh, yeah.
You all start venturing off, following the path of the frost giants, looking at the destruction. Specifically, Fizwig, you are using your survival instincts to try to look for all those signs, many of which are just glaringly obvious. Trees broken, snapped, and pushed out of the way, and giant boot prints and all kinds of stuff. Now, the wolf, every now and then, you can pick up small things, like right where you saw him walking, you're able to go find basic traces of padded prints. But aside from that, very hard to see anything else as you initially start traveling in that direction. But you make good headway, because really all you're doing is just every now and then getting a feel for where you're at, and then just kind of charging along in the direction of all of the destruction. So you set off, and the miles start falling behind you. The sun comes up higher into the sky as you quickly make it to midday with no issues. It is the beginning of a new morning. As you all are setting off, of course, the usuals. If you're going to eat anything for your rations or apply any of your insect repellents or anything of that nature, please do so.
Oh yeah, insect repellent. We didn't do that.
Are y'all doing that today?
Yes.
Rune will just forget.
You're still crying over there.
Oh no!
Is what?
So, because of the giant situation this morning, Rune will just forget about putting on the bug repellent.
Okay.
It's not on his mind.
Okay.
You also don't need it, do you?
Who knows?
It's like a herd immunity thing, you know. We're all sprayed with bug repellent. We're safer.
No, I'm fitting in with the crowd.
Was herd immunity even a real thing? Or was that just
Take
something?
it easy, RFK.
Oh shit! I don't remember if that was.
That's a real thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Because if there's somebody surrounded by people that are all vaccinated, something can't make it to that person as easily.
I
Okay.
remember two magicians tried explaining it to me once.
Oh,
What's the issue?
Yeah.
Well,
Was it Penn and Teller?
It was Penn and Teller.
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
I thought you meant you just met two magicians on the street and they were trying to teach you about
You don't know my life, alright? My life is cool as fuck. Alright?
Yeah, but only one of them was talking, so
The other one was just miming.
Yeah.
It's more of a hype man, really.
Yeah, but didn't say anything.
there we go.
A facial expressions hype man. A bizarre job title.
he's actually got a very soothing voice
Oh.
whenever he actually does talk.
Who's that?
Do interviews. Teller?
Yeah, Teller.
Oh, yeah. Yes, indeed.
It's like, man, I could fall asleep listening to this guy talk. Read me a story.
Let's see.
Meanwhile, the one that talks is constantly like
It's like you,
ponytail Billy Mays.
except for that period of time where he shaved his head.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
Butter.
better butter babies.
Penn and Teller here. Back with another fantastic trick.
That we saw on YouTube.
Aha. Here we go. Got it. Okay. Cool. Perfect. All right. So you all make quick headway and get to the midpoint of the day, where it is time to, if you're going to take a break along your travels and rest thine weary legs, and eat any more meals or snake jerky. Do you have snake jerky left? You had like some portions. I feel like
I'm pretty sure we ate the snake
yeah,
that night. Last night.
because I remember you giving some to somebody. I didn't know if you had any left or not.
Me and Ryan. But I think
And Kawasha.
And Kawasha,
Okay.
yeah, the meat eaters.
I basically
I
I gave
think
it
you
to
did.
the people that needed it and Pimby.
Of note, since it has now been a couple of days, as you are traveling, there is a very noticeable smell emanating from Rune as you all are marching along.
Wait,
as there is now a
More
decay.
noticeable than shit.
Yes.
From
the festering ghoul heads that you are carrying with you.
Cyan is also carrying some, right?
Yeah, but his are fresher.
No, you gave those
it to-
to.
yes.
Well, I was carrying 4. I'm assuming the 2 that we gave were Scions.
Yes, unless you slid 2 of them off of
Yeah,
yours.
that'd be weird.
Unless I was gonna say, unless you went through the process of
I
untying
was
the
assuming.
rope,
Yeah, I gave them a whole new
taking the
rope.
heads out from the
I
jaws.
was like, let's give them a fresh rope.
Because we're just abundant in rope. We just got so much rope. Anyway,
True, there is a lot of rope.
Yeah.
This is true.
Yeah,
To be fair,
explorers.
everyone who took an explorer's pack
fair.
has 50 feet.
I don't have explorers, but I think my Tinker's toolkit comes with 20 feet of rope.
I didn't know that.
Oh, it does come with rope for that one too. Yeah.
Did not know
What if
that.
you just tie them to the end of the rope and drag it behind us so we don't smell it as badly?
You can do whatever you want to do.
I mean, or I could just.
What
leave
if we
them
make
here.
a hobo stick? Put them in a set.
Yeah, but anything you're doing midday?
While they're eating, I'm just gonna look around the area.
San will look for samples.
Okay, give me an investigation check. And then, science, what kind of samples?
I know in general he was looking for like medicinal plants and like
Yeah.
fungus and stuff like that. So
Around the area where you stopped right now, then for midday.
Yeah.
At high noon. Okay, give me an investigation check.
All right. His investigation is +6.
Damn, is it really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So 8 + 6 is 13. No.
Are we making it
Odd plus or even plus odd.
Yeah.
19.
No,
Eight
that was
to
his
six.
number.
19 is
8 +
my
6 is
number.
not. 14.
14.
I had to use my
He went
fingers.
below and then above.
Yeah.
Are we all making
Point
investigation
five.
checks?
Point five.
Well, you and him are like eating a ration, and
I'm
Wow.
fat chillin'.
Big-
me and
big-
Cyan don't need to eat, so we're
All right, so 14 and
18 or 19.
19. Okay, and you're looking for just the signs, like more of the.
I'm just looking around, like I mentioned before, seeing if I can find like maybe a piece of torn clothing that came from the giants.
You have been keeping an eye on it. You have not seen any of that during your travels. There is obvious signs of destruction and travel, but you don't see any torn fabrics. You don't see any. You don't see any fur or anything like that. So same thing here. When you go and you look around, you find plenty of the very clear indicators. Some of the boot prints are very sharp, and you even manage to find some of the wolf prints that are not too far away from the frost giant footprints that you have been following in this direction. But you do not manage to find anything, physical artifacts to take with you, such as wolf fur or furs from whatever the frost giants may have been wearing. You're unable to find anything that has fallen off. All right. Okay, so you all continue moving, and the day's trap. Yep.
What about science investigation?
Oh, that's right. What did you roll? 14? He does not find anything.
Damn.
He finds plenty of vegetation. He can collect like regular samples of stuff and do whatever you want to do with that, but nothing that would
No, then
be
we have
uncommon.
his interests.
No.
I'm sorry, there. Robots.
Yes.
Robosexuals. You know.
It's
Misgender
a
method.
thing. No, okay.
Okay, then, so you move on. March.
March Madness.
We explore the caves of Skyrim.
Which one?
Plus we got.
Ideally a Dweller ruin.
Those are the most dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially with the mods.
Well, hold on. Hold on now.
You continue following the pathway. You pack back up your stuff, having been just like a basic quick stop along the day, and you continue traveling for several more hours, and it is a very easy day. While still very misty, the rain is just typical, and nothing is really stopping you from making good progress. What you do notice is that about this point, you start to see the tracks veer off in a slightly different direction. They start to curve back up toward the north.
That's where we would probably split paths, because
So maybe like this way.
Mm-hmm. Very much so.
Okay.
so at this point we would probably want to break south if we're going to Port
Yeah.
Castigliar.
Keep heading this way.
Should we head towards? Well, hold on. From where we're at right now,
Mhm.
are the woods dense that we can't see the shore? Or can
Yes.
I mean, it's still 20 miles.
Yes.
away.
Yeah, like each
Oh.
one of those blocks is what 14
miles. Yeah.
Okay. Can I hear the ocean?
Pull
no.
out your ear horn.
Not from there.
Growing up in a town that was only 11 miles from the coast, you would have no idea.
Oh shit! Oh fuck! Dude.
Yeah.
What the fuck is an ocean? Alrighty, then I guess we.
It's actually like a real thought, though, because there's people that have never seen the ocean or like a large body
A
of
lot
water.
of people.
Yeah, and that is kind of. I mean, because technically, I've only hung out in the Gulf, but like still, a large body of water it's pretty hard to miss.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I think,
All those
I think
inland
we're
land
southern
lovers.
towards the coast, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to break from the path of the frost giants?
Yes, we go
Yeah.
southward.
Okay.
Not true south, but southward from the path.
Okay.
Southway, southeast.
Yeah, false south.
East, yeah.
I'm really bad at drift.
So as you break from the path, are you still going to continue moving at a faster speed?
I think since we don't have a blazed trail, we should probably take our time, not get caught up in some shenanigans as soon, immediately the moment we break path.
So we go right past the tree line.
But it
Roll
also,
initiative.
Goblins.
It didn't sound exactly like the path was helping, and like that it was making travel that much easier, right? Or it was,
Well, so the difference is in like you're able to move quicker because you're not having to stop as often to reorient yourself and compare where it is that you're going. So the thing about like there's nothing stopping you from moving through the jungle at a relatively quick pace. It's all a matter of if you do so without being careful, it'll get turned around and there's a risk of it's just harder to navigate. Yeah. So there, you can't get lost if you're following a path, like you said, because you're just following the path.
Yeah.
But now as you break from that, you're going to be reliant upon your navigation skills again.
yeah. I mean, if we slow down, that's fine. I think
To a normal
either way.
pace.
Okay.
Yeah, remember that one time we let Pimby navigate? We went in a
Yeah,
circle?
dude, that guy is so bad.
Because it's almost like from here, any direction we go would
Yeah.
still be
And
progress.
that one time we let Rue navigate?
You go
We
backwards.
didn't go anywhere.
No, you've already made it to that point.
Okay. I
So
know how
listen,
you
if you
feel.
slow down, it would not get you through to the next block for the day.
Okay.
But you know where you are right now. You're already in that cell.
Shall we camp then?
Yeah.
Is it already
We still have some
started?
travel for the day. Like,
Yeah, do we? Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm ready to travel.
We'll keep
Says,
traveling,
Pimby.
traveling.
So I'll consider it to be like another like half block in there, basically. Yeah, because it'll give you a little bit of time there too. The other thing is that it'll have gotten you to where you need to go towards the end of the day a little bit quicker as well. And the sun crests overhead, and the hours creep by, and you make it into the afternoon, and easily into the part of the evening where you have done your 8 hours of travel for the day, and you are at a decision point to continue on a forced march for most of you, or to rest, put up camp, and do whatever else you're going to do for the evening.
I mean,
Is that
yeah, I
okay?
guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Time for the plug.
All right.
Good plug.
Yeah, the camp plug.
Can't plug. Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right. So y'all set up camp for the night, and anything you're doing before the evening? You're about to head into what I believe is the 12th day, which makes 32 days since the death curse
We haven't lost.
came into existence.
I think
You did.
we should review. I did.
Yeah, it took like 10.
I cry initially at first.
You lose 2 more.
I bathe.
Okay, you can have 2 back.
Well, I guess Rune is setting up camp. I'll try and round up, berries and such.
Okay.
That's fine.
You got plenty of time. All right. So you go and do your little collection, veering off within the nearest mile in any direction as you walk around for a while. And take some time to scout and find easily the berries that you need for everybody to have a nutritious meal for the evening. Although maybe kind of basic with some fibrous content from the growth of the jungles.
I mean, vegan parfait. It's just
Yeah.
bark and berries.
Yeah, especially because there are going to be limited things here, and it does take a little bit of time. And some of it's going to be questionable quality for the somewhat like decrepit areas of the undead parts of the
rotten
jungle.
berries. Man, I had some strong guys thinking that about
Do we
it.
notice? Oh, I guess never mind. I was going to ask if we noticed the smell of the undead getting weaker, but we also
yes.
have them around our necks. So
But those of you that are not standing directly next to him, and as you travel, if you're not wearing it around your neck, the potency did reduce a little bit. You know that you are leaving some of the more dense undead territory and heading out to where it kind of lessens, so to speak.
good.
All right, you make your plug camp for the night, and then what are we doing for watches?
Sign first.
I'll take middle watch.
And I'll take last.
Okay.
And yeah, okay.
We'll let Pimby rest. He worked hard yesterday.
Oh yeah. To be fair, like y'all didn't get attacked by the giants, so.
It was all thanks to me.
And by attacked, you mean squashed.
Yeah.
He's gonna sleep.
Step on you while you're hiding there.
Yeah.
We don't even roll combat. So
Attacking. I was
guys.
gonna say, yeah. Attacking would assume that the option of defending oneself was available.
It's an auto crit because nobody moved. Try to stay quiet.
Technically, we're prone and defenseless.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, cool. So give me perception checks.
So
for-
Cyan said went first?
Yes.
Alright, so his perception is +3, and he has the shield, right? Or
Yeah,
does
yeah,
he-
we're
oh,
trading
wait,
shields off.
he has his goggles too. What does his goggles do? Night vision. That's right, or low dark vision.
Yep.
14 plus.
Isn't it advantage with the shield on perception checks?
Yes.
Active perception checks. Which. Yeah.
Yeah, because if we're rolling for it, it is active.
Yep.
Oh shit, dude! Nat 20, dude.
Look at you.
Fucking Cyan, dude, over here rolling 20s. Pimby's
Good job, man.
So that would be 26 total.
He's got +6 to perception?
No, that was investigation. Sorry, so 23. He's got
I was going to say, I was like, that's a little high.
No, yeah. He has +3 to perception, and he rolled a 14 and a 20, so 23 total.
So a 14 and 20, so 34 plus.
Well, hold on. Cyan is.
He
good at
sees
math.
the secrets of the universe.
Pimby, single robot.
What's
tier.
the secret?
Oh wait, what
It's all a
are
lie.
they powered by?
It's-
I knew
Except
it.
the
Magic.
cake. The cake is the only truth.
Yeah,
It's
so
so
love cake.
True.
So
So
it's
Pimby loves cake.
mathematical. You guys are powered by Mist, right? Is that what?
Well, you're in the right place then.
Warforged and.
You don't know what I am.
OOC, my
Don't
bad.
assume his right.
Yeah, don't assume my.
Don't assume my life
Corrallins of the
source.
Mist.
Don't assume my fuel source.
All right, so 23.
Okay.
Okay. Give me a perception check for midwatch.
That would be
Oh, Cyan was first watch. You were last watch.
Cyan.
Pimby's
last.
Okay, I've got advantage on it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, one was a natural 1, one was a 19 plus 6.
We'll take the one.
I thought he was about to say the other one was
25.
also a one.
25, okay. And give me a perception check on the third watch.
Shield.
Ooh, that was a nice ring.
How does 6 sound? No, I'm sorry, 9. That's a
Sounds like a number.
Yeah, but that would be, if that was a 6, that would be a 12, wouldn't it? Or 11?
I don't have any additions to perception.
Gotcha.
All the maths, all the
I had
maths.
0. That's how perceptive I am.
All right.
I leave the perception to the wise people.
What?
So the night is mostly pretty uneventful. You all get an easy rest and are mostly undisturbed. The weather does change a little bit through the nighttime, and at different points the winds pick up a little bit, and so the noise through the canopies is kind of there. The wind's mostly headed in a westward direction, westerly winds. For a moment they shift, and as they do, some of these smells from the area to your west, still hinting at the kind of greater undead territories, kind of come back your direction, remind you how close you are to the things over on that side. But you don't seem to have any disturbances, and the only other real disturbances is mid-watch for Fizzwig, when your carefully perceptive ears detect the usual squeak from Pimby as he sleeps and releases the residual processing fumes from your wonderful cocktails that his body has been
Sounded
managing.
dry, man. Sounded dry.
It did, and there was no residual stank afterwards.
It was only thunder, no lightning.
Rune finds himself kind of in
I get distracted by a flower.
the sounds kind of capture your attention and distract you, and then you find alone what you think is a flower, but it's actually just mold growing up through the ground from some dinosaur shit.
I'll have to tell my son about this.
Hard
Yeah.
to believe.
But we will do a long rest for the party, and you all level. No, I'm just kidding.
I
You
can't-
all level down.
Yeah, back to 2. Let's go.
You found a fungus growing out of dinosaur shit and said you're gonna have to tell your son.
All right,
I
PC's
legitimately
party.
don't know which son you're talking about.
He only has one.
It's like fungus,
Rest.
anything growing, shit.
It was an easy night. We'll say that
The one
by,
with the vials.
Hell
to
yeah,
collect
dude.
secrets.
Okay, alright.
by 5:30 the next day, everyone is up, and you all are ready to wake and go about your morning routines.
Cyan, I saw a flower. It was growing out of shit.
Oh,
Should be
Father,
interested.
I wouldn't be surprised if Pindi had flowers growing out of him. But what a spectacular find. Does that sound about right?
The last dandelion.
The last melon.
The last melon. Such a good movie, man. All right.
Classic. And the jungle of Chult is now covered in ice.
Now, there is one thing I need. I would like a Constitution saving throw, please.
From all of us?
No, only from Rune.
If it's for disease, I'm immune.
Are you immune to disease?
Never mind.
Let's see. Give me a roll. Boom, boom, boom.
Because I have advantage against poison, is this advantage?
Just give me a con save.
Okay.
You're sure it's not an advantage, right?
Is it a natural one?
Yeah. 1 plus 5, so 6.
6. I love it.
This is great. I'm not the first one to die.
Yeah, you are.
Your deaths don't count.
Let me.
Don't you know you're just a ghost right now?
No!
I actually have the haunted background. That's
Is
the only
this
reason you're here.
Father, help!
All of you are just
I'm almost
my
positive
ghosts
I was
haunting me.
but-
Just like a never-ending.
Man, my shoulder
sense
feels
of
kind of
sorrow,
heavy.
yeah. Just an unholy burden.
Who put that chill in the back of my neck?
Who's playing this ominous music?
All right. Oh, that's interesting. You do have advantage on the saving throw, but not because of no poison.
Because
That's better. 13.
13. So it doesn't matter because you are immune. But turns out
Only
that
slightly
creatures
better.
with natural armor have advantage on saving throws for this. You
Wait,
have.
really?
Mm-hmm.
I've never
literally
heard that. That's
specifies that.
interesting.
Mm-hmm. So you haven't been exposed to more bugs throughout the day as they kind of landed on you and crawled over you and attempted to bite into your form. And many of them did. It's like take attempts to sink their proboscis into you and bite into your armor and
With
your
their
flesh.
They're singing there, what, Nimmy?
Yeah.
Good thing it wasn't termites.
Yeah. You feel your body fighting off, fortunately, with great effect because of you being the warforged that you are. But there was something that was being introduced into your system. And for just a second, you felt, kind of sick and a little stiff, kind of chilly, even in the heat.
You see
turns
steam
into
coming
the
out of my
driver.
ears. It's my signification for
have
having
you
a
seen?
fever.
Has anyone here seen the movie Guyver or The Guyver?
The Guyver?
Yeah. So it's supposed to be like, it was one of those Japanese like superhero type deals where tragic backs. A kid finds a thing and he becomes
A kid finds a thing, does some
and
stuff.
he has like a suit of armor. In this case, it's a biological suit and it's like a living entity, and it looks atrocious. Like if you want to look it up.
Rude.
No, it's a live action film of an animated, like I think it was a comic or a anime, but Guyver. I'll show you, and this is what I imagine he looks like now.
In the meantime, morning routine. What are you all doing?
Breaking down camp.
Okay, it's broken down.
Yeah, I will. Well, I'm rested.
Food, water, insect
Handing you
repellent.
back the shield.
Communicating
Yeah,
with nature,
I was gonna
changing
say,
spells.
Yeah.
Check out
Realizing that
Food.
bug repellent is important.
Are we getting rid of
It is.
another?
Repellent? Yep, good for 24
Pressure.
hours.
I was gonna say, while I was getting the shield back from you after I wake up, do I notice anything
So this is what
different
Guyver
about him?
looks like, right?
Different
This is
about
the
him?
anime
Yeah.
version.
Give me a perception check. Like you're specifically like wait, is this? Are you looking for something, or are you just saying like, did you see something inherently?
I
'Cause
guess
would you
it
have a
be
reason
sort
to be
of
looking?
like a passive investigation.
Passive investigation.
Yeah, I was
no.
gonna-
No, you don't notice anything different about him.
Okay.
There's just a little bit of steam coming out of my ears, but you assume that's just morning mist.
That's
He
the
stinks a little bit more
live
today than he did yesterday.
Yeah.
That's the live
For
action
sure.
Guyver.
Most definitely.
Eee. No.
Then he has a whole transformation sequence. It's gross.
That's not me.
That's,
You, his bug eyes.
All right, navigating again.
So,
Yeah.
Okay. You have +6.
Yes.
What's our pace for the day? What's our direction?
1 million miles a day.
I will.
I mean, we're still going normal pace, I guess.
Up to you.
Do you want to increase the pace?
You're the navigator.
We kind of got a head start.
I say we go fast,
Yeah, I'm okay
Well,
with going fast.
since we're kind of
Go fast?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can
since
go
we're
fast.
since we're out of the. It seems we're in a safer spot,
Okay.
judging by the smell.
We're nearly
wind.
out of the
Okay.
woods.
All right.
Quick pace that is.
Someone give me a d20 roll and someone give me a percentile roll.
I'll go percentile.
Okay, I'll do the. This one gave me a 20, so. Oh, 18. No,
I was gonna say, well, now it's due for a nat 1.
No,
Did you roll? That was the d20
that was a nat 18 with no
Okay.
bonuses. Yeah.
and percentile.
16.
16%.
Yeah.
Okay. Each of you roll 1d6.
Okay. Do I roll one for Pimby and one for?
Nope, just you two. Sorry, when I say each of these two.
Okay.
1d6, not 2.
Oh, 6.
Okay.
I won.
Okay.
Hey, we don't know if it's good or bad. Okay.
But yeah, but we have both opposites of the expectation.
Exactly. So
It could either be really good. Yeah.
this is either going to be one hell of a morning or just a regular day in the woods.
Yeah. Traffic was you got green lights all the way. Traffic was.
We got green lights all the way, and we're hit by a car.
And now you're in another world.
Okay. All right. And then for you, let's do this.
I self-destruct. Didn't you know there's a nuclear bomb in my chest?
You should get that checked out.
Yeah, dude.
No, it's fine. Safety measure.
I'll just take some Tums. We'll be fine.
I don't even feel it. It's fine.
Okay.
Little Adam splitting never.
Give me a d20 roll.
It's like both of us or just him?
Just him.
4.
What the fuck? Okay.
Doesn't sound good at all.
You're welcome.
2.
All right, guys, you can all go home.
I have a growth.
I got a second opinion, and it doesn't look good.
Okay.
Oh, this is what you said.
All right. You all gather your stuff, and anything you do before you set off for the day.
I can't think of anything. We
Cried
ate.
into my pillow.
Ooh, that
Pillow. What's your pillow made of?
Pimby.
Oh, you've just been cried into.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
Look, bugs were the least of his worries.
Sounds salty. Probably not good for your blood pressure.
My blood pressure? Yeah. I mean, especially because I have a little body,
In
right?
this economy?
Yeah, my tears are just coolant.
It's just hydraulic fluid
Antifreeze.
leaking into my body.
All right. The journey begins as you all gather your things and set off more in a direct southern route at this point, breaking from the path of the frost giants, having left that a while ago from the day before. You gather your things, eat a little bit of food, apply your insect repellent. Sounds like everybody's doing the same thing. And the four of you, as the party is now a smaller size, missing the company of Kawasha and Kupalue and your new best friend, Ryan. You begin making your way south. The morning's travel starts pretty well, and a good grasp on the travel, you are fairly confident that you are moving at both a good pace and in a good direction, Fizzwig.
Oh, you're going this way?
You are? Oh, wait. Where are you trying to go?
No, we're trying to go south.
Oh, so you don't know where you're going. I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Oh, we're lost.
All right. So
We're just traveling in the same place. Hexes.
Yeah, just trying to get to the coast.
Kawasha gets back. I went to the port, but you guys weren't there.
Yeah.
So I had the
I just
troopers
thought,
find
like,
you.
what would these four morons do? Wander aimlessly.
you should have known we were walking in a circle since you left.
Right where I left you.
How to murder all of you. 101.
A dummy's guide to how to.
If only you would have gone south, you would have all survived.
The Kraken comes from.
You do not see
anything.
during this part of your travel. You do not see any more directly obvious signs of the frost giants. There's no collapsed trees, massive boot prints, or anything of that nature. You don't see the destruction that you connect with their movements, or at least the ones you've seen them do. Who knows how stealthily a frost giant could move if it wanted to, let alone their wolves. But as you continue moving through this space, you come upon a slight clearing as you are seeing more and more breaks and a lessening the density of the trees and the jungle itself. The smell in the air has changed, and you know based on your map and just based on kind of the environment around you that you are approaching coastline to the east of you, that you will be leaving the dense jungles behind here before too long. As the smells start to change and a clearing opens up in some of the jungle, you see a field, a small little clearing, small field, and in it are flowers of all variety. There are some overhangs, some nice gentle canopies, a good range of more basic sized trees, not the same towering ones that you're used to, and some sunlight that breaks through inside the space. It comes down midday by this point and reflects nicely off of some of the now more green, healthier grasses and kind of healthy soils, and many of the flowers of really dense violets and blues and other shades that you've come to see inside the jungle for places where they do grow. Such as before you entered much more to the north-northwest side, from the when you were not in the greater undead kind of infested areas. Amidst these are several that stand out, very large flowers, and they are in fact familiar to you. You see that there is a patch where in the midst of this kind of barren field, there are 3 very large tri-frond flowers in the midst of it, with their reds and their yellow and their orange.
Oh, hold on. I stopped. Whoa, guys. And I make sure to like physically stop Cyan. My friends, my pals. I know these flowers anywhere.
Orange, bright yellow, and red.
I say we get the fuck out of here. We don't want no trouble. Is there? So how is it like perception check? Is it just the one? How many do we see? How spread out are they? Can we just like break away and walk around?
Give me a group perception check.
All right. Everybody stop.
Hammer time.
Nat 20.
Wait, well, it's a perception check.
Group, everyone.
Oh
Yeah.
shit!
It's a perception check.
You're right. I gotta specify a group perception check versus a roll for the group, which means somebody rolling for it. Why not?
As a 24 for me.
Okay.
All right, so
It was a 20 for me.
no bonuses.
No!
I know it's a nat 20, but you have 0 perception.
We've already had this discussion like
Jesus.
3 minutes ago.
All right, so Cyan got a 13.
Okay.
Pimby, on the other hand.
Got a wheeze.
Hold on, wait.
Wheeze.
Perception, expertise means not advantage, but I get my proficiency bonus twice.
If you have expertise, it's double your proficiency bonus.
Okay, so then that would be 1 plus, so a total of 5, so 6.
5. How do you double a number and get an odd number?
So
His
my
wisdom
wisdom
modifier?
is +1. My
Gotcha.
proficiency bonus is +2.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. That makes sense. All right, so your total
6.
total is 6. Fantastic.
I rolled a
Okay.
nat 1, if that matters.
Not in this case. It doesn't. Mostly for combat.
Oh god! I saw a plywood in my eye.
Between a lot of you, you identify that there are 3 of these tri-flower fronds, which you have fought before with their orange, red, and yellow blossoms. They are swaying a little bit, and they have nice droplets of water kind of careening off the edges of their fronds that are slightly swaying and enjoying the morning, kind of midday at this point, kind of the midday sun coming down through this nice little opening that's kind of in the canopy there.
You got beaten up by those.
Yeah, it almost killed me. I absolutely don't want to be anywhere near them. Even though I'm better equipped and honestly, better than the man I was then. But
Are you sure?
no, I don't want to test that theory either. I'm just right to think that I'm number one and we get out of here.
Mono.
Well, look here, Rube. I'm not going to back down from a challenge. However, I will back down from a challenge. Are you daring me? Are you double dog daring me? Triple dog daring me?
What is a dare?
I don't have time to explain this. I think we should move on. And no one here wants to explain to him. A dare is when someone believes that they can do something.
All right, we have given Pimby too much power by being able to pilot Cyan. He's just using it for his
Here,
own
take
good.
all of my gold.
No. My potions belong to you.
Allow me to enchant all of your belongings.
No,
So we're going around?
Yeah, I mean, I think we'd cut south. I would want to avoid the conflict.
Cut south,
There's
down
still,
south,
There's
all
still
around.
living things.
Go down, go up, go up, go.
That's true. Cyan. Wait, didn't Cyan already
Attempt to get a sample of a blue mushroom that
He
he
got
saw,
gold,
and then
but
he
it
got
wasn't from a
attacked.
tri-flower
Yeah,
frond.
it wasn't.
Yeah.
However, one of
Hold on.
you
Well, I attempted
Cut
to.
into
I
and
attempted and
failed.
failed miserably, so I just gave up.
to get the yellow.
From our
Yeah.
fight
Also-
with the flowers,
Uh-huh.
what's their mobility like?
They are slow as hell.
They are
that's
now.
close.
I remember them being slow. It was
Yeah,
just
they're
that we were
more
ambushed by them,
opportunity.
and then they just whipped the shit out of me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're
I was
ambush
thinking more
predators.
along the lines of like,
Because
do
what
we need to
happened
like
was,
go the long
No.
way around, or is it like let's just walk 10 feet to the right of
yeah,
them?
we can.
Like,
Since we know what they are, we can outpace them. But yeah, no, because last time what happened, we were like in the thick, in the middle,
they
surrounded
shot
by
us by
them.
surprise.
Right in the thick of it.
Yeah.
Because we were just young adventurers, not
Naive to the ways of
grizzled.
the
Like,
jungle.
Yeah, we were level
We all
3 then.
have we all look like Michael McDonald.
You've never seen a beard grow out of metal before, but now.
It's made of bugs.
that's why you were looking for fur in the trees.
Oh no, he
Just-
knows my secret.
No, I wasn't doing that. I
So
swear.
pubic hair.
Cyan, please defend me.
Okay, so
Well, hold on. Again,
give them a wide berth as we go past them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, wide as in like,
just like avoiding them, not narrowly.
yeah, not like, oh shit, let's go the other way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that's what I mean.
Oh.
Is
Yeah.
There's a bear trap there. I'll just not
around.
walk into the bear trap.
I got idea.
all right.
It's a bear-sized plant monster.
Yeah.
As you all kind of start traveling through the clearing there in the middle, walking past, you give how much? What a
Like-
road's width?
What, 20 feet?
It's like about
15,
about
20 feet?
I mean, yeah, it wouldn't have to be that low. Like 50
Listen.
feet, whatever.
As you move towards them, nothing happens, but as you start to move away, you can see some of the fronds start to turn in your direction, and one of them, as you go past, starts a very slow crawl as the roots come out and it starts creeping over in your direction. One of the fronds, the orange one, opening up. Nothing really happening, but it kind of slowly sways over in your direction. Some kind of reaction, some kind of intent as you continue moving in your more southern direction.
Yep.
Yeah.
Are you all just kind of like single file lining your way through, or just kind of?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we're just kind of primarily following him, but it's tight knit since there's fewer of us.
Who's in front?
Or navigator.
Navigator in the front, Rune in the back, Pimby sandwiched in the middle.
Okay.
This is true.
Cyan, who's being
Forgotten. Back at camp.
ridden by Pimby right now.
Cyan being ridden by. Oh, right.
I'm like Ratatouille.
He's using my
It's
son
like
as a
Sonic
segue.
in the movie. He gets inside the Eggman mech,
Yep.
just steering,
Exactly.
dancing inside.
We are one. We are one. We are free.
Okay. Give me a perception check specifically for Fizwick.
A perception?
Yes.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. So there is a fourth, and you do manage to see it in the shade of a tree that you are passing by and about to walk past as you start moving away from the clearing. There was a fourth.
Almost got it.
Yeah, but you do, as you're walking straight towards it, you manage to pay attention and notice it as you go past it. So if you wanted to go around it, you could.
Watch out for this one too, guys.
I think this is exact. I think you should all definitely go fight these one each. Yeah, really put yourself to the
Like,
test.
this is exactly
Test our
what
metal.
the
Pedal to the metal.
want us
Pedals
do,
to the
guys.
metals.
Ooh.
Medals for pedals.
That sounds more like a charity organization.
Pedals to the
Medals for pedals.
Yeah, it's like a bike riding organization that gives their money to charity.
All right. Well, easy enough. You all bypass the tri-flower fronds.
The one charity that gives children with no legs wheels for legs.
Cyborg upgrade, pretty sweet.
Just as you are about to leave, though, something catches your eye,
Who's
Fizzwig.
Oh shit, Fizzwig.
At the base of the tree, next to and around as you clear it, as you walk past this final tri-flower frond, there is a well decomposed body
Shit, dude.
that has likely been very significantly consumed by the flower itself. No real flesh intact. It's still just kind of being eaten by decomposers in the area and the plant itself. Some of the cloth of what it was wearing remains intact, and you're able to spot a chest at the foot of the tree that was likely dropped or set next to the corpse.
Oh no, it looks like that one got somebody, guys.
I look over.
Better him than us.
You said it's a chest, like a chest?
Oh shit.
How
Big
big?
chest.
How big is it?
Like a clothes chest.
I mean, size-wise.
Yeah, like a clothes chest. Like a traveling clothes chest. Yeah.
I use telekinetic movement to bring it over to me. Is it within 30 feet?
Describe telekinetic movement.
You can move an object or a creature with your mind. As an action, you target one loose object that is large or smaller, or one willing creature other than yourself.
Interesting. And it doesn't specify weight?
No,
It says large.
it just says large or smaller.
Let me see it.
Damn.
Okay.
If you are hitting the
An
chest
object
with a
or a
400
creature.
pound
And
chest
yeah.
Or a
of
creature.
gold.
It's an filled with
Movement.
gold
As an
bars.
object, you target one
When
loose
You are rich,
object
but also dead.
burdened by
large or
the weights
smaller.
of massive wealth.
or one willing creature that is large or smaller. What defines a large object as opposed to a large creature? Because they're not the
Yeah,
same.
that's why I asked. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
and loose is kind of because this is going to be a little encroached in the ground. I don't know that it would be like it's not like buried up to the top. But let's look at object sizes. I think I actually have something on here. I do for HP for sizes for items,
'Cause I
but
know
not
creatures,
for
I don't know objects. The size.
size categories. Large hit dice, 10 feet. But again, that's for creatures, not for items. Because I remember, I don't remember if it was DMG or what, but it describes like hit points for things based on their size and gives examples of like a chest or like
Yeah,
a
that
carriage.
was the structure damage table,
Uh-huh.
wasn't it?
And I think that same kind of spot talks about
health of
size
the
categories for.
Yeah, no, I think that would be a great place to start. I mean, at least for. So, just in case that plan fails, I do have my Tinker's Toolkit, contains mechanical junk as well as rope. I would think of like fashioning a quick,
Roll 20.
A lasso.
Roll
grapple
20
with
for object hit points says that tiny is like a bottle or lock, small
There
is
we
like
go.
a chest or loot, and medium is like barrel, chandelier, and then large it does say is a 10 by 10 foot window or like a cart.
Whoa!
So
It
it's
goes
not-
from window to cart.
Yeah, a 10 by. It sounds like it's the same as like creature sizes, like 10 by
Okay.
10. A
Also,
barrel is like 5 by
Cyan
5.
also has
Interessante.
a Tinker's Toolkit. With all powers combined.
Small. Small would be what, like 2.5 feet by 2.5 feet.
Category small is for. See, this is for creature. So tiny is 2.5 feet of space. Small is 5. Medium. Did you find the table? Whoa! This is returning object hit points based on size, material, and build quality. Is this from DMG or is this someone's custom? This looks official.
I found it's
This is
a
probably
picture
official.
I found on Google, so I'm hoping it's official.
It's probably the right thing because if I remember seeing it, yeah, object points fragile, normal, resilient.
It really doesn't
Oh, that might be a
match
little
that chest.
custom.
I mean, this is
can't
something we
tell.
have to figure out.
Yeah, we've never
See.
done this before.
Squares
Because it
tiny.
specifies
Oh, that's
loose
cool.
object. If it's like stuck in the ground
Large
or if it's
statue,
entangled in the flower,
wall,
then obviously
10 to
that's
20
no
foot
good.
square. And 5. I think this is someone's collected list with examples of things, but it's pretty good still too. Okay, so I like it. It's a little. There's no real limitations in here. What I'm going to say is that there's going to be resistance. So the question is, how is this resistance going to come into play for you? Because you can absolutely try. This is totally valid. You can move an object or a creature with your mind. As an action, you target one loose object. Well, it's not loose. It's also not buried completely. It just has some ground coming up over it. That is large or smaller, or one willing creature other than yourself. You see a target and is within 30 feet of you. You can move it up to 30 feet to an occupied space you can see. Alternatively, if it is a tiny object, you can move it. It doesn't specify you have to like shoot it per se. Either way, you can move the target horizontally, vertically, or both. Once you take this action, you can't do so again. Stay finishes short or long rest unless you spend a psionic energy die. So it's free the first time. I always forget that. That's crazy. Okay. What is your stat for this? Intelligence?
Yeah, well, it doesn't specify a stat, but the psionic strike adds intelligence modifier to the damage, so...
Okay. All right, let's do this then. We'll make it pretty easy. Let's give this a 10 DC. Intelligence. 13. Okay, as you use your psionic telekinesis to attempt to pull on it, it first catches the attention of the triflower frond, which is a really weird way to say that, and it starts to react to the vibrations of the chest as it wriggles inside of the dirt, and it kind of reacts with its red, which I believe is the physical grasping bulb, opening up.
It's the boxing glove.
Yeah. And at first it kind of starts inspecting the area and everything. And then moments later the ground starts to shift as you have to mentally play tug of war for a second. And the dirt starts to shift and pull away, disturbing the triflower frond. It reacts, and seeing you all nearby, because you have to be within 30 feet, it is going to react to the only living thing nearby and slowly starts crawling towards you. As that happens, the chest breaks free of the dirt and it starts kind of peeling off the bottom and hitting the ground as it starts floating towards you. And
ready my weapon and shoot.
And the flower sitting on the chest is brought straight to you.
I should have had it on top of it. That would have been fucking phenomenal. Oh my god. But yeah, okay. And it starts to move over towards you. In about 6 seconds, it will be there.
I got it, guys.
Is it already... Okay, I ready my weapons just in
How
case.
far away are the other ones?
They're probably another 25 feet away. Would be the closest one.
Okay,
Because y'all moved away from them, came around a tree, and then saw this one.
They're all within fighting distance.
What you know, give me an intelligence check to kind of put together your combat knowledge from your last encounter with them. 19. They do not have eyes, so you can naturally assume that these have some other kind of sense, like a blind sight, like just a perception of the things around them, and that's usually pretty limited. You never moved away far enough to really test it. Some of you were as far as 20 feet away. You know that they have blind sight up to at least 20 feet. You don't know how far past that.
And yeah, I don't think...
Assume 120.
I don't think we're necessarily in a position to start
Slightly.
testing, but yeah,
The trees grow legs and step up as Ents.
It's Trevor!
Yeah.
Trevor's back!
An orange falls on your head.
Oh man, AJ's best friend. You're missing him. Trevor's back.
It's a very slow crawl, but the triflower frond lifts itself and starts moving.
Question.
Yep.
Answer.
So, botanically speaking, plants growth it can be, I guess they grow better if they're, what's sunk to is what I've read articles about, right?
Okay.
So does that
I mean, the
mean-
joke is that the carbon dioxide from your
Oh, okay.
body helps it.
So if I were to call it names with vicious mockery, it wouldn't, I don't know, make it go away or grow less.
Hey, there's only like 7 ways to find out. Shit.
And all of them involve calling it a bitch. But I'm just saying.
All right.
Seismic
Which
object
one of
can
those
still-
pedals are its ears?
What's it called?
Just wanna
Psionic?
Make fun of a plant.
The psionic power is called telekinetic movement.
Telekinetic movement.
I hit it with my gun.
What kind of gun?
So what-
Bootstroke.
All right. In a matter of seconds, the chest sets down in front of you. However, just a few seconds behind, more than a few seconds, but crawling along the ground is a 7-foot tall plant that has lifted itself out of the dirt
I think at
and
that
is moving
point-
over in your direction.
Time to go. Pick up the chest. Go.
6 seconds away, so that's like a round's worth. So, I guess we run, right?
Okay. The chest weighs a solid 65 pounds.
65 pounds. Count it. I got it. Count it. Make sure there's 65 pounds worth of stuff in here.
Yeah, one whole body.
Yep.
I mean, the chest might weigh anywhere from 1 to 64 pounds.
It's just a solid chest.
Yeah.
You open it up.
chest.
It's a mimic.
Don't you put that black magic on us.
It's like even an empty safe weighs a lot.
Yeah. All right, yeah. So if
What kind of wood is this? Is it pine?
I mean,
That's light.
I'll stick
Is it
close
teak?
to the room just in
Chemagog?
case.
Ooh, you could beat someone with that.
If I can, I will
Open it while you're running.
You
If
know,
it's empty, just
run
drop it.
interference.
Okay. All right. So y'all are just moving further to the
Picking up
south.
the chest and we're moving.
Okay. You easily outpace the flowers. Only one would have responded in this case. You notice only one starts moving towards you, the one that was nearest to the chest. You
I've been
start
saying that.
making some distance and quickly leave it behind. If you look back, you would see that it's very quickly, once it has lost sight of
So to
you, it
test the
stops
theory,
and kind of just settles
Before
in
it
the
reaches 60 feet
Okay.
and farther,
Okay.
I use vicious mockery to call it a stupid house plant.
Okay.
Okay.
Just rude.
What's the
Which
save?
it requires, what is it, a DC?
Correct.
A wisdom saving throw, and the DC would be 12.
Okay.
Does it? Well, maybe
Well,
not.
yeah.
Doesn't it say it has to be able to?
If the target can
understand
hear you, though it does not need to understand me.
Did you whisper?
I didn't whisper.
Do they?
I didn't yell either. I said, stupid house plant.
You said
Yeah, but
DC
it's
12
magic.
wisdom saving throw?
Wisdom saving throw, correct.
Okay, and what do you say?
I call it a stupid house plant. You
Okay.
stupid house plant.
You don't see any perceptible change. Nothing happens.
Alright, then I squint and I put my blades
I'm
away.
glad that we ended that fight, or that non.
With our words. Yeah.
Yeah, my mind.
A tear rolls down each of the bulbs.
It's just sap.
It's sap.
Alright, then.
Sap and sleep powder.
From each of its bulbs. What was the other one? Slap, sleep power, and just.
And it's the
Just
Acme
pure physical prowess.
The Acme
Boxing
boxing
glove,
glove. The paralysis sleep powder that insta
Yeah, the
zergs you, and
then
the acid sap.
That's right, there was the acid one. I got hit with them all, baby. Alright, so
We keep moving until Fizzwig feels comfortable enough to
yeah,
Stop
I'll find
and
a
look
good stopping point to
look in this. Look in
Yeah.
this chest.
I mean, yeah, if we make it, whatever, 100 feet away, let's check it out.
Cool.
Yeah.
I set the chest out and open it up. I don't check for traps.
The chest has a very simple latch on it, and once you have popped open the latch, as you open the rusty hinges that have not weathered well, inside you see, quasi-neatly packaged, there are 14 preserved rations inside of the chest.
Wow, lucky us, dude.
Most of the weight is from the heavy wooden chest.
Look at you, organic.
14 preserve. Okay, you want to split them? 7 and 7?
Absolutely. I would very much appreciate
There you go.
No offense to the non-biological.
that. Organisms in the room with us. Yeah. Well, one of them is partially biological. Oh wait, no. After you applied the insect repellent, bugs go away.
Oh yeah, if you've
Who
got insect
knows?
repellent on, you notice that there are significantly less bugs coming around and flocking to you.
Got it. No bug beard.
I mean, he's like kind of biological, but I don't
Yeah.
feel like he
I'll
can
just-
say the B word.
I'll distribute the rations evenly between
Yeah,
them.
and just keep an eye on rations too, because rations, like a packed ration, is probably still a pretty decent size. So if you have 10 of those, it's going to take up. Think of it like a little 6-inch sub type thing,
Yeah.
a little bit smaller than a 6-inch sub.
a
It's a
factory
packed
meal.
ration.
Yeah,
So if
I
you have
imagine
10 of
they're
those
like.
in your pack, it's going to be taking up a good amount of
I
space.
imagine they're like MREs, right? Where they're just like fat packs that are like tightly needed.
I would say an MRE would cover 3 to 4 spaces of rations. Those are pretty big.
Yeah, those are.
Okay, got it.
Now think of it like a factor meal
Yeah.
sized. Just like,
Yeah.
Rune, you're our
Yeah, if
microwave.
you took the stuff in factor out of the packaging and put it all together, that's a good ration.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
A Lunchable.
Use our coupon.
Yeah. Lunchable
but what
package.
about brunchables, man?
Not a sponsor. But you could be.
Yeah.
Please.
And until
Yeah.
then, they're nasty. Nobody likes them.
Yeah, other than in the rations, is there anything significant about the chest, like in terms of like markings, maybe a name?
This is an entirely insignificant and standard chest in all ways that you can
I
perceive
cover the
otherwise.
chest's ears. Don't listen.
Wait, well, what kind of food are the rations made out of?
Yeah, maybe
Well, usually they're
like
like jerky
maybe
and like
this
nuts
belongs to a
and,
company.
Yeah.
like
Like the
stuff
really
that's
hard,
easily
dry-
preserved.
I could take your jerky and I can give you my nuts. You know, you can.
Wow.
Sure.
So,
Fair trade.
Fair trade.
Fair trade.
so you're on a roll today.
They see him rolling. He's heavy.
said something about jerky.
something nuts.
Oh, guys, I found food.
Yeah, I was just trying to maybe get like a feel for how long it had been sitting there or something.
Oh yeah, well, usually with preserves they can last months.
Yeah.
You have purified food and water, correct?
I do.
Yeah. So
There is no unusual smell or appearance. You don't see mold. There was no bugs inside the chest eating anything. It's likely that it wasn't there too terribly long. That body, who knows, without having been closer. But likely a lot of the decomposition of the body, the breakdown of the body, was from the triflower frond, and then any other bugs and insects inside the space. So,
Yeah.
yep. All right.
Just making sure it wasn't, 14 rations of moldy bread and cheese. Like,
All right. But, let me adjust the time, because we're now past midday. There we go. All right, you all continue moving on.
yeah.
Yes.
Moving on. Do, do, do.
All right, still headed in an east direction, southeast direction,
Yeah,
south
you're
direction?
south, that's
cutting
southeast.
back towards the coast, yeah.
This way?
Yeah.
Yep. The
Okay.
of the Castiglarian direction.
All right, so you put on what speed you can with the remaining hours of the day, trying to keep a better pace, and kind of make your way through. Yeah.
Walking fast.
Making it past midday, though, it is time. I don't think we stopped beforehand, right? Y'all didn't already stop for lunch or anything like that?
No.
Yep, so those of you that need to eat a ration for the day, make sure that you do consume one. You actually
all
have
stop
extra
there.
rations.
we found some rations.
Yeah.
No, dude.
Yes. Yeah, well,
The tri-flower frond encounter was thanks to Pimby, and the rations were thanks to...
yes, you're welcome. See, it was all me. I spoke food into the universe. I provided you universe juice.
Straight from the teat of the universe.
Yes.
Universe teat. Just the way I like it.
Got that galaxy milk.
Wow.
Oh yeah, no.
All
Much
right.
like it's gas.
For lunch, are you just doing the rations?
Um,
What's the setup for lunch?
yeah, I think. Well,
it's up to you two people.
yeah, I think it's just the
You
rations.
food meters.
I'm gonna eat. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess the first one that's in my pack because I still have 2 rations that I brought.
He just has a ration that's nothing but jerky because they traded.
I tried some of
that
the
dude. That reminds me.
You could have the protein shits.
There was, dude. Oh, you're unlocking a core memory. I was in middle school, and it was spaghetti and meatballs. Their spaghetti was trash because it just tasted like when it's overboiled spaghetti, right?
Yeah, like the Chef Boyardee noodles?
Yeah. And so I threw it away, and I just ate the meatballs. But they just give you 2 meatballs. So I told my friends at the table, big table, hey, if none of you are going to eat meatballs, give it to me. I should have just said, can I have like your meatballs or whatever, right? Because I ended up with a mounding tray of meatballs because everyone thought it would be really funny if they just gave me all their meatballs. And so I ate like 3 of them before I was like disgusted with myself because they were like, I was
Real meatballs.
It sounds like an absolute win.
Yeah, and then I was just like, what am I going to do? I tried lifting it and I was like, and the trash can was like 5 feet away, and all of the adults in the room were looking at me like, what the fuck is this kid doing?
Did you drop them?
No, I didn't.
So your balls didn't drop?
No.
Dropped and then fell into it and started to cry.
And then like coming out covered in spaghetti, like, oh, what am I going to do?
Balls all over your face.
And
I dropped the spaghetti.
I just remember the
This guy
shame.
doing an Italian stereotype.
I've never seen that video.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no, it just, I just remember the shame of all the adult gazes looking at me like, what is this idiot doing? It was fucking wild, dude.
Did that shame ever go away?
It did until now.
You're welcome. I can't wait to bring back
washing
more
over
horrible
me,
memories.
I distinctly remember our daycare would have ketchup and bread day. That's what they started this lunch.
Jesus, dude.
Ketchup and bread.
You know, I remember the area where we ate meals at my daycare, but I don't remember the food that they served.
There's one meal that I'll never forget at my school. In the morning, they would give you like weird breakfast items. They had like the breakfast pizza.
Oh, I love those.
Those are great.
The breakfast sausage, the cheese, and no sauce.
I found a site
They're
that
great.
resells all those, and like it's really cool.
Get a box of 72 of them.
Yeah. They sell them in
bucks.
like kind of. It used to be Schwann's, but now it's just not anymore. But the one that I remember was the super donut. Yeah, it was just a donut that just had like vitamins, just nutrition packed into it. So it was just like a complete meal in a donut. I remember eating 5 of them once because I was like, "Hey, can I have your donut? Your super donut."
Can I have your meatballs? Can I have your donuts?
Yeah,
It's
no,
it's
not
like
only
Limbus bread. Like,
Yeah.
you could have just eaten one.
a child could have survived off of one, but I need to find it because I remember it being very calorically dense.
Yeah.
That I had to go to. I spent the rest of the day at the nurse's office. And they're like, "What happened?" I was like, "I ate like 8 super donuts."
Gotta poop.
Yeah, and they're like, "What the fuck is a super donut?" And I was like, "Oh, you don't know."
Did we make it to the beach?
Take me to the beach. All right.
Time to give Pimby a bath.
Yeah, so you all eat your food and do the stuff and things, reminisce about your super close encounter with this Tri-Flower Front, and maybe what a good friend it would have been if you've gone over to say hello. What are you doing with the chest?
We can store.
After taking out the rations, I'm not going to carry the chest.
Oh, okay. We could put the heads in there.
I'm not carrying the chest.
You want to turn this
Because I was like, yeah, you're right. We'll see what chests are there. We can come back for it later.
60-pound chest into a 90-pound chest?
All right, look, dude, it's just a redistribution of weight, my guy. We're already carrying it.
Hey, if it's like Divinity Original Sin 2, you can put as much shit in that chest as you want. It won't matter.
Yeah, why can't I carry 64 oil barrels in my inventory?
No.
It's a chest of holding.
It holds
Maybe
one
y'all will find
Pimby.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, my
oh, wait,
child.
no, this is this a whole donut? Per serving. Okay, so a super donut per serving, 250,000 calories. According to this,
That's
nutrition.
impossible.
Am I a kilogram? Maybe
No,
a
that's
kilo?
250 calories.
That's
250
literally 200.
calories?
Yeah, no,
Kilocalories.
kilocalories.
Kilocalories. is just
Kilocalories.
calories.
So
Yeah.
2,500 calories? What's a
No,
kilocalorie?
200, just 250.
Yeah.
A
So
big-
it's still- what-
It's
When
just a
people-
unit of
when people
measure,
are
it's
talking
not
about
thousand.
calories, they're talking about kilocalories.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how that works.
That's fucking weird, dude. I was a bit. Guys, I had enough
Technically
calories.
speaking, if you wanted a very
To eat the
calorie-dense
sun.
thing, you could just gasoline
Oh,
is
I
super
see.
calorie-dense.
It's that 15 grams of sugar.
Consume
Uranium.
gasoline.
Uranium.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like here.
Yeah,
you say,
all in one
how
meal, 15
many
grams of sugar, by the way.
Are
Yeah,
in gasoline?
5 grams
Yeah.
of protein. Yeah, that's a
I
meal.
ate quite. That's
Yeah.
why I'm so bulked up right now. 'cause I
A
ate-
gallon of gasoline contains roughly 31,000 food calories.
How much can I drink before I and survive?
Let's go with just none. Just
I don't know, man.
yeah.
I feel like
drink none.
I feel like we
A
solved
drop of
the energy
gasoline.
crisis
You are not an
and
engine.
world hungry.
1 drop of gasoline a day.
Now we could give gasoline potentially to Cyan. That might be the exception here.
He runs on diesel.
Fair.
If we could convert our stomachs to
Yeah.
use gasoline.
I
Long
mean,
story short, you make it to
I can do
the
that for you.
coastline. Well, welcome to the east side.
All right, Pimpy, jump
Yeah.
in.
I
Yeah.
cannonball in. Father, ho!
Kraken.
You break the tree
Riptide.
line, and the surrounding areas change dramatically, especially for the area that you came out to. There's a very short distance between you and the actual ocean itself, the water spreading out before you, out into the great nothingness. This area is kind of turbulent because of where it is and the weather, and the constant high heat and humidity leads to storms, and there's lots of winds inside the
How's the
space.
sea breeze?
Unusual atmospheric pressure.
Oh yeah, it's salty, and there's gusts that come in. Even from here, there's some sprays. You get closer and closer. How far out are you heading towards the actual water itself, as opposed to
I
just
think we
staying
just
by
wanted
the
to
tree line?
break the tree line. That way we could
So we can
follow
walk
the
along
coastline
the coast.
south.
Because the port we would have to come across the port regardless
Yeah.
if we follow the shoreline.
Close to the trees, but
Yeah.
Away
Yeah.
from the Kraken.
Not so close that a kraken can just swoop us up,
exactly.
or
exactly.
not too far where a swift pump from the giant would send us.
We want to be
mean you
1.5
don't wanna meet the
Kraken
Kelby?
reaches away.
Look,
I
I'm
think
just
generally
saying,
speaking, in a flat area, you have about 10 miles of visibility. Does that sound right? If there was nothing in front
Oh,
of
the
you,
beach, yeah, you can see 10 miles.
like 10 miles before it kind of like dropped. Well, I think it's a little bit further than that before
Okay.
like the actual curvature of the earth like kind of drops your line of sight. Now if it's a
Wait.
mountain, it's a totally different thing, right? But
Pimby believes the Earth is flat, so you're really weird.
well, you wouldn't be able to.
about this.
This wouldn't change his mindset because all you can see is just water.
I mean, if
Looks
Pimpy
flat
believes
to
the
you.
Earth is flat, then I say
That's
we
true.
drown him.
Whoa. There's no green flash, dude. Explain
Be
that.
careful, you might bring Bimby into the group.
Oh no.
We can drown him too.
Oh no. Bimby's a druid, by the way.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
Bimby's
he
a
can breathe
goldfish.
underwater.
How do you drown a goldfish?
Turn it upside down.
That's
Put
right.
it in the air. But you know.
Well, I thought that just puts them. No, they die. Yep, you're right. They die. Yep,
If they're left upside down, extended, I think, right?
Yes.
Something.
Well, that has to do with how their what is
The
it?
air- the
ventricle
air
system
sac or
works.
whatever?
Yeah.
Those are different.
No, well, he's saying that their air. I don't
I'm
know.
just guessing. I
No,
don't
for me,
actually
I think
know.
it's like how they pump fluid into their body.
Yeah, it's those big eyes.
Because I think it's actually that. Because isn't it that their organs just get their blood pumped through it, not on like in through
Their
the
blood starts
vascular
pumping
system?
backwards.
I think
Rough response is being upside down doesn't inherently kill a goldfish, but can be a symptom of a serious condition like swim bladder disease, which can be fatal if left untreated.
I
No,
was
and as far as,
unironically
like-
almost correct.
I remember
Yeah.
seeing something like that where they have like something come out of their butts too, and then like you have to like stimulate it to poop
The
out.
things he Googles in his free time.
No, well, because I had an uncle.
Goldfish butt.
Fish's butts.
Well, because I think
Special
goldfishes
freak.
can sometimes, if they're plugged, and they just become buoyant, and so they float upwards. and
So if
you-
Bimby joins the party as a goldfish, you have to help regularly unplug Bimby's.
Got it.
Goldfish.
If you're a druid that turns into a goldfish, I just squeeze you really hard. I
would
don't have to drown
never
you.
be a goldfish.
Pop
And,
the swim bladder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, do we head, now that we're at the coast in open space,
yeah.
are we moving, are we
South.
going back to fast pace the whole way
Yes,
before?
absolutely. Run
Sounds
full
good.
speed, sprint.
Well, so
But I'm assuming we're like at the end of the day's travel now that we're here.
Yes, very much so. Very
Okay.
much so.
Yeah, I just meant
So it's time to
future.
set up the camp plug.
All right. As we move into the evening, what do evening activities look like?
We set up the camp.
Hold on.
Do-
So how?
do-
I'm sorry, we got caught up in the goldfish talk. How far is the water?
What's this we?
How
About
far is the
14
water
miles.
from the cliffside? Like, is the Is this? Are we on a beach or is this a shore?
Well, that's up to you how close to the water you want to
We're
get.
saying-
My question is, how accessible is the water from where we're at? Like,
It would take a considerable amount of time, hours, to get over to the actual water from where you are at.
okay. In that case,
That's a huge beach.
Well, just imagining it. So
we're in undeveloped land.
yeah, 28 miles in those two areas. You didn't do the full 28 miles, even though we moved two hexes today. So if you wanted to get to the edge of the hex that you're in to get to water, there would be some travel involved.
I was just gonna bathe in the seawater, but that's fine. I can be stinky for a couple more days.
Well, bathing in seawater probably wouldn't fix that, but
I would imagine the sand
It's
is coarse
important in a
enough
storm.
Yeah, we'd have a
To
salt
to
here too.
exfoliate my skin.
Let me get the wire
exfoliate
brush
with
out.
sea salt.
Yeah, dude.
Just
Yeah.
put some sand back there.
Yeah, dude.
Damn, it
just
confirms
kinda
again.
Yeah,
coarse.
it's like kitty litter, except
There we go.
of course.
Yeah. But yeah, all right. Then
Less
Come
pumping.
on.
we set up a campfire. Is there driftwood or just regular wood that we can just like?
Driftwood? No. 'cause
Yeah,
you're
we're
on
not close to
ground.
we're on ground. yeah, then we'll just set up camp and then put up watch.
Okay. All right. There it goes. Finally. Jeez, that took a long time.
Does
Let me
Cyan
make a
have
note real
any-
quick about
anything that
when
any
Kawasha
experiments
left.
that he needs to run or
Dude.
something?
What
Yeah,
is
we need
happening?
to replace Pimby's stomach with a gasoline converter.
My God.
Diesel gasoline conversion. Just so I can process the calories.
Yeah, Tej converter
Why are we moving so slow here? What's happening?
converts Tej to thermal energy.
Yeah, dude. Right now I converge Tej. into
Technically, the
Tej.
body does convert Tej to thermal energy.
Yeah, turn it in the energy.
That
of
does
farts.
happen. Why does Chrome have 81 active processes?
Oh, dude, it's such a cancerous platform. Like, you'd be better off using Chromium because it does get rid of a lot of the Google services, but it's still like.
I'll probably use Opera in the future.
Ooh. No, that's the Apple one, right? Yeah, no.
No,
No,
That's
Opera
Safari.
GX.
that's Safari. Yeah.
I mean,
Opera and Opera GX are actually quite good.
unironically, Edge.
Edge is pretty good now.
Never boo this man.
No.
Well, Edge also runs off of Chromium, so
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's Chromium
It's
based.
I'm
just
about to dox you on YouTube.
you're about to buzz.
Yeah, he lives in
all right. Hopefully this cleared. Okay, new
place.
note.
a building.
Kawasha leaves party to take Ryan
And put him out of his
to
misery.
Fort Belowarian. And that was the day prior, not this current day. Save note. Maybe. I might have to restart the browser here.
Oh no, it's broken.
There we go. Jeez. Okay.
It's frustrating.
Here, let me try refreshing the page. All right. Any other activities for the night before sleeping?
No, I think we're. I mean, there's nothing that I can think Cyan needs to do. At the start of every day, he has to generate a new brew, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he rolls for
Okay.
if he so chooses to make one.
And the previous one just becomes
Lose
inert.
its efficacy. Yeah.
Okay, so then I will
Basically,
have.
just becomes water.
Yeah.
Are there any coconut trees?
Anyway,
Coconut trees?
coconut
I don't
trees.
think
No,
it's
you
that
do
kind of
not see any
forest.
coconut trees.
What about bananas?
Yeah, tropical.
You saw a single banana tree. That was the tree by the tri-flower font.
Oh, I go back.
So D6.
Bananas are expensive. You can sell them for a lot.
Oh, I like how
In
when you
this
tapped
app.
on it, it put it in chat, so I can see your.
You saw it?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know.
No, it's okay. It's fine.
What did it roll? I rolled a 6.
No, don't worry about the roll. Use your roll. But when you
Okay.
tap on the name of something, it'll put it in chat for the description.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, just a feature.
Oh, is that what? Okay, so that's what I'm looking at. Got it.
Probably.
Yeah, because I think I did it for Tinker's Tool as well.
Yep, you
oh,
did.
that's a chat. Yeah. Alrighty, so I rolled a 6. Oh, transformation. The drinker's body is transformed as if by the altar's self spell. The drinker determines the transformation caused by the spell, the effects of which lasts for 10 minutes.
Of course, that's rolling for tomorrow.
Yes, with the brew for the next day, not
Gotcha.
for
Gotcha.
tonight.
Okay.
I just wanted
Because
to.
tonight the only thing brewing is your bubble guts.
Not science.
Really get that checked out.
Oh no, I'm
Have
fine.
you tried a probiotic?
Yeah.
If you chew on these roots, they've got a lot of fiber. I think it might help you out.
Okay. What are our watch rotations tonight?
I'll take last watch.
I'll take first.
I'll take middle. Pimby will take middle watch.
Pimby?
Oh, Cyan will take middle watch.
Too late. It's Pimby.
Oh, okay. All right. I mean, my perception's not bad.
Yeah, but you need more sleep.
As long as you have.
Yeah, let's just
I
say
just got-
that we can do it. We can do it in 6 hours versus.
And we do still have the goggles of night, right? The
Yeah.
thing that he took away was his +1 to his shield.
Yeah, he took the +1 shield and
Okay,
replaced that with
Okay. All right.
his concentration thing.
What happened? Who?
Nothing.
You killed Cyan. He died.
It's an artifact.
I didn't do shit.
It's an artifact. You
Cyan.
killed my
That's why he
son. I
That's why
punched
he
you
died.
into unexistence.
I didn't do shit.
All right. Well, for the sake of time, rolls having been completed, all 3 watches go uneventfully through the night, and you all get a good evening's rest.
Oh yeah, boy.
And
man.
the sun rises on
That
a
was-
new day, the 13th. Oh, because we were on the 12th, now we're on the 13th, right? Let me verify.
That was one of the most peaceful nights ever.
Where did the calendar go?
To the left.
Take it back now, y'all. 2 hops this time.
Bounce, bounce.
I need to see Rune doing that now. Find an AI thing that can make Rune do what's the name of that?
Slide.
Yeah. Yeah, we are going to the
Not to be confused with the Cupid shuffle.
Yeah.
Holy fuck, dude.
Been a while.
It has been a minute.
It's been a while.
Sunshine, there's the Cupid shuffle. All right, groups. No, it's not what I clicked. PCs. Let's get our 8-hour rest. Refresh. It was a pretty uneventful day so far. It's all right. Y'all make good progress. In fact, y'all have now moved almost as far as you did getting to that point. I mean, we pretty much started here, so we've done that
Hell
today,
yeah.
as opposed to prior, which would have been some. Well, I mean, whatever.
Yeah. Man, it has been a journey.
Been pretty smooth so far. All right, we'll say 5:30 is y'all's usual wake up time again. All right, the sun rises. A new day hath dawned.
It's a new dog.
Apply thy repellent. How are we doing on uses of
I still
repellent?
got 12.
Oh, okay.
Sad.
All
I
right.
have 90.
Oh,
You have 90?
What about reading rations, right? For the day?
we already had that.
Wait, how do you have 90?
Unless I have this written down wrong. I have it written as a bug salve comes with 100 uses.
Let me check.
Not 100.
I feel like it was 20.
And I bought 5.
You bought 5?
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds legit then. A gourd or vial of salve, which sells for 1 gold, contains 20 applications of odorless grease. You bought 5?
Yeah.
5 gold? Okay, yeah. You have a shit ton of insect repellent then.
Yeah, I may have underestimated the
Over.
necessity.
Yeah, yeah.
You thought you were going to be gone for years.
I mean, if y'all went out and he's got it, great.
Yeah,
That'll work out
Hey.
fine.
useful.
It's like Costco, buy in bulk.
There you go.
All right. Morning dawns, and today, y'all are greeted by a very pleasant sight. Early in the morning, at the very first vestiges of daylight, you have a wonderful, beautiful, orange and pink, glorious sunrise across the sea to the east of you. The sun's rays immediately being able to make their way to your lovely faces as you rub the sleep from your eyes and the leaking oil from your eyes.
Just like old times.
You pick up all of your camp stuff, and have we been collecting any water or anything like that? That's part of the camp.
Yeah, it's part of the
Cool.
setup for the camp is getting
Yeah.
the water catcher out.
I dig it. Okay, cool. As long as I'm making sure that you consume at least 1 ration of water per day as well, which
Cool.
part of the sleep that works for me too.
Yeah, because I know I've been out of Tej for a very long time.
Yeah, you haven't
You're probably
withdrawals
starting
yet?
to have those
I don't
DTs, huh?
know if, you know what? I feel like all of the symptoms that I've been experiencing have been a combination of like cabin fever, withdrawals from Tej, and just
I like we had Tej like
General-
twice and he's having withdrawals.
general
I
hygiene.
think it may just be
Very
alcohol in
fast
general.
addiction.
Probably that.
Yeah.
Probably that.
I think it's a tea sort of morning. I think
Aha. Okay.
with the sunrise, it's just beautiful.
Yeah.
Let it tea.
Got the
Maybe
core
it's-
full.
All right, give me a check here. Give me a
T check.
it's with your tools proficiency. Yeah,
With what?
it's with your proficiency bonus because you're proficient with your
Oh,
tools.
okay. 18.
18. All right. And how many are you making?
Who wants one?
I do. I think Cyan does as well.
Okay,
How
so
are
roll
you
a
on
second
your
time.
reserves?
Roll second time.
Yep, you can do about 2.
I've got 9 more uses left.
I will forego today since
All right,
I
so I
assume
guess-
that you're getting low on reserves.
I'll just make 2.
It's just a total 2, so you're good then because you already got the 2 with the 1 roll.
Okay.
All right, who's drinking it?
I am.
Okay.
And, yeah. You said there's only 2, right? So just me and you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I want a Constitution saving throw from Just Pimby.
So that is going to be an 8.
Oh no!
Oh god, that tree bark.
He'll grow Constitution.
That tree bark was really helpful. I appreciate the.
So, with your morning rations, you decide to like mix your food and kind of take the dry ration and soak it with the tea and take it all at once. And there's some kind of unusual interaction in there, and as it starts to go down, the taste is actually rather pleasant. But you quickly find your stomach is a little unhappy with you. You still haven't found your agreeance with the
Hey, Pimby, look.
Montezuma's revenge.
I keep whenever I like am making the tea and I kind of offer it out to the group. You don't have to say yes. It's really seems like your body doesn't agree with this. You can say no. I'm not.
You just hear like the power reactor of my stomach just start to like react violently to whatever.
It's the groaning of the sea,
It's the concoction.
waking
Yeah.
to wish us luck on our adventure.
The giants are back. I can hear their footsteps. They're shaking the earth.
Sucks.
Yeah, it sounds like Procon is blessing us this morning.
Procon?
Procon. the
Oh,
god-
what's that?
It's one of the deity of the sea for Saltmarsh, or was that a
That's
Brosided.
in Forgotten Realms. Yeah.
Forgotten Realms, yeah, there you go.
Wait, oh really?
Now, so my previous cleric in his session was a cleric of Procon. He was a tempest.
Wait, that's a legit like the Forgotten Realms, and is that
What? I think it's Forgotten Realms. I mean, it's definitely a deity.
because there's like a Greyhawk realm. There's because Forgotten Realms is one.
It's
That's how to describe it. They've got like the different universes within D&D, and I think Greyhawk is one, and Forgotten Realms I think is one, and then
well, this link I found is Greyhawk.
Greyhawk.
Fanon Wink.
it might be. I mean, I can find out pretty quick.
I don't know why I said
Do you know how to spell it?
Procan.
Silent K.
There's a Q in there. Too.
GOS. What is that? Ghosts of Saltmarsh. Yeah, Ghosts of Saltmarsh is Forgotten Realms. So that's got to be Forgotten Realms thing. Sure enough.
Yep.
How interesting. I did not know about Procon. I wonder if he's not in the deities listed in the player's handbook then. Because I feel like I would have recognized it. Not that I know the deities all that well, but I am curious.
Yeah, in Saltmarsh, there's even a there's a whole temple too.
A temple to Procon.
Yeah.
Let's see. This is just my curiosity.
I agree.
Oh, nice. Look at that, right to it. Okma. Element OP. Nope, he's not in here. Doesn't exist. It's a lie. No, but I think
You worship a false god.
No!
Let's take the rest of that charisma from you.
Oh no, his charisma's already
It's
so
It's
low.
leaking out of my butt.
You gotta squeeze him quick.
My butt's filled with
Same with
charisma.
goldfish.
All the
Same
charisma
business.
is stored in my butt.
I wring him like a rag.
Charisma is poop.
Out comes the Montezuma's Revenge, but from the wrong side.
It's like when you get.
I hold him like a gun and just like
What
squeeze.
was it? It's like when you. Oh man, I remember there was something. It was like a type of flu. It was very abundant in PAX. They called it. The moniker was PAX Pox, but it would have you vomit and like poop violently. And I remember someone's story being like, I just laid in a tub with the shower running, and just rode the night out.
Jeez.
That's what's happening to me right now. Just in my red robe, like, oh.
All right. During
Go dig
the
a hole.
usual morning routine, at what point would we say that we usually like get our gear together and
I
are
start breaking down camp once everyone's awake.
okay? When are we like getting armor back on and things like that?
It's always on.
I
for
would
those that
say,
have to.
you know, like,
So for you,
if
You're
I
the
were to
only
make a
one that has to answer that
routine for
question.
Pindi,
First thing,
yeah,
get dressed.
his montage, morning montage is just wham, done.
Yeah.
And then everything else is right there, like,
It's really just a
I
best
think
break.
you,
with a hinge in
I
the
think it's
back.
more like wham because you just keep everything else.
yeah,
on.
yeah. No, the way that it works is that my robe and my hat are so starched that they just like support themselves. So I crawl underneath the opening, and then I just like emerge from the top and the sleeves.
I almost imagine like it's like a big hoop gown that you
Yeah.
just tuck into
Yeah.
and sleep under. And then in the morning,
It's
like
my
a
own
hermit, you know,
tent, yeah.
like a hermit crab. You wake
Yeah.
up and then just stand up and poke your
Just do a
arms
quick
back
little
in.
scan. Yeah. So my morning routine would consist of first thing waking up. I mean, it's pretty simple because I live a life of what is it? You know, I don't. There's
The
not a lot
opposite of luxury.
Yeah, squalor, I think
Yes.
is what it's called. So it's just like all my stuff can fit in the sack. You know, make sure that I got my weapons where they're supposed to be. You know, just put on my gear and then get to work, kind of thing, right? And if in this case, picking up camp is part of that work. Now,
Well,
I imagine it'd be somewhere between then and current day, at present time. I drank his tea.
as the tea is being brewed and consumed, and we are chiding Pimby for his ineptitude and his inability to keep. He manages Tez just fine, but for some reason, this basic herbal supplement, he's
Yeah,
just struggling
He
with
just
so
can't
much.
handle health products.
No, dude. I swear,
He's
holistic
allergic
medicine
to
works.
health.
Yeah, except for
Are you gonna have an allergic reaction the next time you receive magical healing?
A sound breaks into the camp, a skittering, and two of you are quick enough to turn and pay attention as a swarm of insects, two swarms of insects.
which two?
Not me.
Which
I'm
two,
putting camp
DM?
away.
So it was a 15 and meets beats for the two of you with 15 passive perceptions.
I'm just
and-
humming
Oh,
away.
meets beats. Fuck.
Yes, which means that you two are not surprised, but everyone else is caught off guard as you are preparing the camp and doing
Both
the
of
stuff
you.
and things.
My pants.
My pants.
Oh, they're integrated. Never mind.
As
dude.
disgusting, slithering swarms of centipedes come crawling out of the nearby logs and woods and start making their way over to you.
Hello.
How large are these creatures?
Centipedes.
So it's legit centipedes. Slightly larger than normal, sure.
Okay.
But they are centipedes. But it's the swarm itself that is a bit concerning because it takes up the space of more than you per swarm. So they are medium-sized per swarm.
Yeah, you
So
seem
what we are going to do?
You've seen the scarabs from the Mummy, right? How they just
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about to happen.
So,
Yeah. Exactly.
I think I know what needs to be done.
Yeah,
He's gonna shit his pants.
Forest fire.
No, this is it's quite the opposite. Lord, I know what I must do, and by golly, I'll do it again. First off, you said roll for initiative.
I did not.
Okay.
But roll for initiative.
Okay. And then
don't you have advantage?
I do. See if that's any better. It was not. Oh, it is.
Remind me, where does the advantage come from?
The shield.
The shield.
You are brewing tea.
Oh, brewing tea while this happens?
Well,
because I thought you said we brewed and consumed.
you did. You brewed and consumed. Why does it look like that? Oh, because of the time? No. Why is it black
who
and
do you have
white?
selected? Because if it's daytime, they might have low light vision.
Why is it gray? Here, let me try increasing the time of day here.
Predator vision.
Huh. It should not look like that. Let me go
Did the
ahead
map
and
get
change.
imported?
No,
like
it's
that?
fine. It's fine. I'll just
Because the edges are
do.
colored. I'm
Let me take out
assuming-
fog inspiration. How about that? What if we do this and we say no? We're not
It's
brush
fine. We
controls.
just need some ragtime music, and the fight will be.
and then our dialogue is just.
There's no dialogue. You just see us moving our mouths, but.
Wow!
it's
Wow!
just
Wow!
the
Wow! Wow!
music.
Wow!
Oh, a singular
Wow, wow, wow,
spot
wow,
of
wow, wow.
color.
Fog of war.
But it's not fog of war.
That's what it said.
Okay, for time's sake, I'm just going to. Does this make you go blind? No. There we go. Good enough.
I'm blinded by the light.
Oh,
Uber bright.
like I do.
Okay, so we're gonna say y'all have your camp set up, and camp is over here. So y'all are still eating. Like you're at camp and like getting things together and having brewed and having drank stuff.
I'm just breaking down the tents, just humming a tune
Yeah.
to myself.
So here's my mindset, and y'all can guide me and let me know what your thoughts are on this. But like we're like breaking down camp. You don't
Yeah.
have a war pick in your hand.
no, I'm not
Sure.
paying it. I'm humming
If
to
we're brewing
myself.
tea and drinking tea, most likely we don't have necessarily the things immediately in our
fine.
hands.
That's cool.
Unless you have like this dying need to have always a shield in your hand or anything of that nature.
I don't think
No, I'm-
any of us.
Not
I think I
me.
would
Have
have
that.
put my vest on in the morning, and if I'm making the tea, I would have it. I guess I don't have it on me, but I've got it
Nearby.
within.
It takes about
Yeah.
7 minutes to brew tea, so you.
Y'all
can
are also in the
throw
camp. It wouldn't be
time.
more than like a hop, skip, and
Yeah,
a jump away.
It doesn't make much difference. I rolled an 8, and then with advantage, I rolled a 9. So still,
All right. We are going to say though that they are coming out. So you're working with Pimby. Actually, I'm kind of happy with how I put this together. We're going to say you're breaking down camp. Cyan would be probably just chillaxing with y'all.
Yeah.
Rune, you wouldn't be too far away. Camp's not massive, and then swarms of centipedes coming out of the
I
trees.
think because of my latest habits, I have my starting place is away from everyone else's because I smell.
and have we gotten the effect from the tea? Has it
Yes.
been long enough? Okay.
Yes.
Wait, does that mean that I've been shitting myself?
No, you
I
haven't been
think
shitting
it's
yourself
an
yet,
extra
but you both do have a
tip.
temporary hit point. I did add that in already.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're about to lose
Did it
after
roll
that.
health? Yes, it did. What the piss? All right. Well then. Okay.
All right, let me know when you're ready.
Get a ride. All right.
Chicken
Let's grab
locust
everybody.
for a pimento
Let's get into
taco.
combat.
Pimento
Let's
taco.
get down
Taco.
to business. Do you wish to continue with
Recipes.
starting combat? No. Roll. Bloop bloop. Okay, so we're gonna do update. Cyan.
Cyan rolled an 18.
18.
Oh, sorry, total of 18.
Total of 18. Rune.
16.
16. Who's above you? Fizwig.
Total of 10.
Total of 10. And Pimby.
15.
15.
-1 for shit.
And now we hit
Never.
begin.
I would shit in.
Okay, Cyan is surprised. The first swarm of centipedes crawling out behind the trees, moving as fast as its many millions of legs can carry it. These are swarms. They are medium swarms of tiny creatures. And keep in mind that swarms can occupy the same space and vice versa of other things, because that is how they attack. They literally go over and get on top of stuff. So, to begin, it's going to come over to out of the trees, 20 feet, slithering. Well, That's where I put it, so it is what it is. It actually, even moving at the speed that it can muster, which one is it? Bottom one? Bottom one, it is only able to just get up to you, Fizzwig. But I believe it does not have reach, so it is going to use a dash then. Alright, now here's the real question. We have Fizzwig, and we have Pimby, and we have Cyan, all within range of the dash. We're going to 1 through 4 this. In fact, you know what? We're going to 1 through 4 for all of you. Sweet. Cyan, who for some reason has a dash icon. Alright, first one's going to go on top of Cyan. Rune, surprised. Pimby, not surprised. You're up.
Pimby?
Pimby is up.
And these are the only
As swarms, hundreds of centipedes come out in force. Like you would have your normal holding place for like your dagger or your longsword. It wouldn't have been in your hand, but like shield probably set down or anything like that.
Yeah, no, that's
These are
not.
shit.
That's not what I'm concerned about. I
Okay.
think I'm going to take a step up and to the left, adjacent to Fizzwig,
Okay.
and then I'm going to use Thunder Wave at second level against those horde of centipedes.
Okay.
Back on the thunder.
Indeed, look, man.
All right. So you need a.
It is a Constitution saving throw with the DC of
Time to fight some
12,
giants.
Okay.
and then
We're gonna need to make fast pace.
You said con
Constitution, yes.
of 12.
The DC is 12, yes.
Okay. Meets beats.
And then so if they failed, wait, no, they succeeded.
Yes.
Okay, so then the total damage is actually 3d8. So let me borrow.
Halved, right?
It would be halved.
Okay.
The total. So 15 is the total. So then halved.
Have rounded down, so 7.
On a successful save, the creature takes half the much damage and isn't pushed. Fuck.
Okay. You all hear the boom of the thunder wave that goes rippling out into the space, the familiar
Fucking
sound
butt.
echoing off in the space, but with a different type of sound than you're used to because it doesn't get rebounded at you off of the canopies above your head. Birds wake and go scattering into the sky, and the sound wave almost causes a visible ripple in the bodies of the centipedes. As you see them all kind of like scatter and get cast back, some of them blown off of the swarm of centipedes and have to crawl their way back into the space. You see a significant number of the centipedes fall to the ground, burst open from the shockwave itself, and the swarm appears to already be down to like half of its size.
So with that as my primary action, can I, as my standard action, could I pick up my sword and shield?
Yes. Well, where's your shield?
If I'm breaking down camp, probably next to me.
Fair. So you can always do one action to draw something or put it away along with your movement, whether or not you move. So you can absolutely pull out a weapon, but I would say that you probably couldn't get your shield.
That's fine, as long as I have something physically.
But regardless of where you are right now, still have the 10s in there. We'll say your shield's within like 10 feet of you, regardless.
Sure.
For both of you.
So then, just because just a refresher. So I moved 5 feet.
Yes.
Am I able to move the remaining of my movement?
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect. Then I will do that. Where are we designating the weapons are?
We will say that camp is kind of central to you also. We'll just say that like main camp is here. So if you move
So 5,
anywhere inside of this space, I'll say you have your stuff.
Okay, then I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll just move the opposite side of Fizzwig.
Okay. Here.
Perfect.
Boom. All right. Groovy.
And so then I will first actually instead of if I have a choice, I will first equip my shields so I get my full AC bonus, and then I'll just equip my sword the next round.
Exactly. Perfect. Beautiful. All right. And that brings us to Fizzwig, who also has his turn.
Yes. All right. So I will embolden
Yes,
Bond.
very good. Oh, damn.
Rune and Cyan.
Oh, okay.
I feel emboldened.
Who both have an icon already, so perfect. There we go.
I feel so bold.
And
This is
then
for Cyan, right?
yes, and then I will spiritual weapon
A grenade.
with my bonus action to make a little shield over by this one. That's on Cyan, right?
Velociraptor. Okay.
It is
Over
on
here?
Cyan, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. And I'm gonna try and smash some of those centipedes off of with the,
Okay.
the spectral shield that I
Get
summoned.
smashed.
Roll
It's
to hit.
20 something to hit.
Okay,
22.
hits.
Oh, sick. 5 damage.
What kind of damage is it?
It's radiant.
Radiant
Pretty
damage?
sure that the spiritual weapon is radiant damage.
You watch as it strikes up against multiple of the bodies. Some of them almost like melt in rays of sun as the heat obliterates the bodies, and some of the swarm falls. You said 5 damage?
Yes.
All right. You can tell that the swarm size gets cut down as you, because these are centipedes. Like even if they've got some stuff they can do, it's just a swarm of centipedes, and you're killing some each time that you strike.
Yeah.
All right, perfect.
And then I will take a step down and grab my shield as well.
Hadouken. Very good. All right. Swarm over here. All right, Pimby. We're going to do this so we know where they are.
Okay.
The swarm crawls up your body, swirling around your legs, going under the gooch, up the back, around the neck. You are fully encompassed by a nasty, creepy, crawly centipede.
Gross. I hate it.
Does it tickle you
Boring.
enough for you to like loose your bowels?
They attempt to start biting you all over the place.
Okay.
What is your AC?
It's a very painful bite.
So this is a very interesting question,
Uh-huh.
considering the circumstances. And this is absolutely something that I'm curious about.
Mhm.
We have bugs crawling around my skin.
You do.
My shield would not defend me here.
I know. I was kind of thinking the same thing.
Now, we're fighting bugs, man. It is
Yeah.
what it is. So without my shield bonus, my AC is 14.
14. Okay, there's your AC.
Look, man, we're fighting bugs, dog.
This is what happens when he's not drunk on Tej.
I think rationally
Yeah.
against us, not in our favor.
I was having the same thoughts.
Lawyering against yourself.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing is...
Look, dude, I would have made that a ruling. Like,
However, what I will say is, without it, you have 12, correct?
I
I
know
feel
my
like-
total AC without my shield is 14
You know what this
because
is?
I'm wearing medium armor.
I think that this.
No,
is
you're wearing
your-
light armor.
Definitely not. As a Bard of Valor, I can wear medium armor.
I think that
Wait.
you're just bringing Pathfinder into this, and you're like, my touch AC is this.
I have studded leather armor.
Light armor.
Yeah, that's light.
That's
I
why
think
you can
studded leather
sleep.
armor is light armor.
That's why you can sleep with it on.
True. I think he's right.
It's
But-
like 12
But it's
plus
still
dex.
12 plus 2.
No, it's my
Plus 2
studded
dexterity.
leather is not 12.
It's 12 plus your dex.
12 plus
that's what
dex,
it is.
14
Gotcha.
total.
So then
That's
14.
right. So you have 14 without a shield.
That's correct.
And you do have a shield?
I do have a shield, which would make it.
I totally forgot that.
16 with shield, 14 without.
And you do have a basic shield, which does not show as equipped inside of your inventory, by the way. Boom. I shall
Are you
equip it
trying to
for
look
you.
for medium armor?
Since you don't want to believe me, I will bring it up for you to read.
Does not hit. The bugs swarm around you, and the little form of Pimby, very used
Also,
to percussive
I have an
instrumentation,
earthen shield.
starts just kind of
Hand boning? Hell yeah, dude.
getting rid of as many as he can, slapping them off his
yes,
body,
dude.
doing all kinds of stuff as they try desperately to bite into you,
It's gonna
unable
save
to
your
find purchase for the
It's gonna
time
save my life
being.
one day.
All right, we're just going to brace the top to Cyan.
Explosive magic. I mean, science.
Yeah, so that's a great idea.
He
So
ignites phosphorus.
let's see. I'm kind of curious because I was
Chain
looking at his
lightning.
spells. oh wait, shocking,
Fireball.
shocking grasp. Yeah, I think shocking grasp would be a very appropriate.
Absolutely. Okay.
So, touch creature, and it's roll +6. So let's take a look at it exactly.
And then you have a +4 on
Lightning
that.
speed and sword in your hand.
Or +1d4.
Make a melee check, melee spell check against. So then it's a d20 plus 12.
What?
Right, melee spell check.
Plus 12.
No,
Oh,
it's
sorry, plus that. 12.
Whoa!
Plus the
six.
DC.
Holy shit!
Hold on. How about we just do this?
Are you rolling virtually?
Yeah.
8.
So yeah, so it is a 1d20 plus 6.
Plus. Yep.
And plus 1d4.
So and it deals. That was the attack.
Ooh, good call.
Oh,
You have emboldening bond.
I do have emboldening bond. So then, action. What the hell's this, dude? I don't have any action.
You can just roll a
This is
1d4.
1d4.
Yeah, I guess.
We'll do a virtual game at some point so y'all can get familiarized with it. But
That's a 2.
a 2, total of 10. As Cyan reaches and attempts to grab some of the centipedes to shock them, he nearly grabs himself as they skitter out of the way, and he almost shocks his own body, not making purchase on the swarm itself, unable to do damage.
Stupid machine. Alright, so then, it's his turn.
It is, which brings us to the very same swarm of centipedes who are going to retaliate! And they shall attempt to nibble upon the great form of Cyan. Y'all and your fucking crazy ACs.
Honestly, yeah.
Okay, so Cyan has 17 with the shield, 15 with, no, 16
no,
without?
17
His-
without the shield.
Jesus, no
Right?
way.
Jesus, you're right. I
I'm
think you're
checking.
right.
So he has
I think
a
you're
shield
right.
which gives him
I think you're right. Let me check.
+2, but it is equipped.
Oh, no, it's with the shield. 13 plus 2 plus
the
2.
shield. So then it would, but it would
Is that
only
right?
be 15. It would be 15 without the shield.
I'll have to.
Because what
Let's look at his feature, because I know
yeah,
what
I
you're
was about to
thinking.
pull up the feature so that I can just map
Features, racial features, armored casing, here we go. When you aren't wearing armor, yeah, 13 plus dexterity modifier, that's correct. So it is 15.
it. Okay.
So it's for
We're so used to him having 18 because of his thing that he took away with the enchanted armor and whatnot. Okay, well, that works for me. Meets beats. I get to land on him.
No, Cyan, please. No.
All right, let's not click that guy. All right, so it's going to be. Let's find out. I need this and this and this.
Well, it was Pickles and who that were making explosion. That were
Okay.
almost all of them, right? They were just playing the whole show, just scatting.
Okay, that is going to be 10 piercing damage.
Shit. Ooh.
Very good.
33, so that'd be 23.
I've got you at 21.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
All right.
Perfecto.
Boom. And that is its turn. Which brings us to Hrun.
Oh, my son! I'll pick up my...
So Hrun's like picking up camp, hears these scaring sounds, caught off guard, and turns around like, the fuck?
My boy!
That's my boy! Pick up my war pick.
He's gonna go bury it in Cyan's head here. Let's see.
I
Here it
pick up
comes.
my war pick and I go to free my son with
Okay.
violent...
Ah!
Intentions.
And I attack the swarm for 18 plus 5.
Hits.
For 11 piercing damage.
Okay, as you go and strike through into the swarm, your strike is true and you feel the bodies as you slide through and hit them. But because of the swarm itself, a lot of the momentum and damage of your strike only hits the ones that you hit, and you feel it's not as impactful as you would have expected. You said 11?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. What else? Oh, I like how it's not following my vision. Here. There you
I'll
go.
action surge.
Oh shit, dude, he's gonna hamburger the shit out of them.
Shit.
Now is it falling? No, it's not.
That's weird.
And I will swing it again if
There we go.
for a
Vision.
17.
Let's say GM vision. There we go.
I'm going to use Silent Strike on this one.
Okay.
It was 17 to hit.
17 hits.
So that's 4 piercing damage and 6 force damage.
Okay. All right. Your piercing damage once again manages to only hit some of the ones that you pass through, not being particularly effective. But a pulse shoots out from the bodies that you strike, and they're obliterated as some of the other centipedes are scattered off, limbs blown apart, bodies broken in half, as the actual swarm itself is cut down in size dramatically and is now well below half its usual swarm size. Both of them kind of cut down in scale already.
That's my turn.
Okay. Himby.
Alrighty, so I think at this point pushing them off is probably not the best use of my time. However,
I taste one.
so I have a I don't know if I want to use this cantrip. I forgot to add the card to my list, but I should have an additional cantrip, which is Thunderclap. Did we add that?
Let's take a look. We do have Thunderclap.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that was in my list of available spells.
Let me know if you need details.
Well, I have it on 5e, and I got the Xanathar's one, the ZGE, XGE. You create a burst of thunder,
Yep.
Thunder sound, perfect. And it's just a con save, and if it succeeds. So it's con save 12.
Nat 20.
Jesus Christ. Then they take no damage. So it's
Okay.
not even half damage. So then in
Yeah,
that
kind of
case,
cantrip.
yeah, and then I'll use the remainder of my action to whip out my sword.
I'll whip my sword back.
My +1 long sword of
It's a short sword.
Felonious Light.
Short sword of Felonious Light.
Yeah, it only lights up whenever
Fantastic.
felonies are being crit.
Whiz Fig.
So it's always lit up well in your hands.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright. I'll use my attack with my spiritual weapon to get the one at,
Oh, yeah.
at
Okay.
Cyan. For a natural 20.
Oh shit.
And that's. Alright.
Cyan's about to get walloped.
First crit, I think. So, oh shit. So I rolled an 8.
Okay.
And then I take the max value, right?
Oh,
So
interesting.
another 8. And then.
Yes, because this isn't a different entity, the power is still coming from you. If this was a summon of a different creature, it wouldn't get that rule. But because literally this is just your power in an, like a, yeah, yep. So max damage plus whatever you roll. Is that double?
That is
So it's 8 and 8?
20 damage.
Naughty? 16 and then 4 for additional
It was 8 on the dice, plus 8 is the max.
16, and then
plus
4 damage for your modifier?
Yeah.
Holy. Okay. Your okay, here's how we're gonna do this. Your shield, which is your summon, right?
Yeah.
And it's able to move through things, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, it pulls itself back and goes and just full speed rams through the body of Cyan, managing to neatly avoid all of Cyan, but absolutely just cleave off all of the centipedes. As they're scattered to the side like vampires in sunlight. Little bits of insect carapace just being blown out into the air as it is absolutely
And then I turn
obliterated.
around to the ones behind me that are on Pimby, and I say to them, "You guys get out of here too," and use Word of Radiance.
Okay. Which is a saving throw.
Con save. Yeah.
Con save?
Con save.
I believe that's a 15. Yep, 15.
That succeeds.
One of these days.
One of these days.
One of these things is not like the other.
Okay, and now attacking on Pimby as they swarm over him. That's unfortunate. That's not going to hit. Which shall bring us to Cyan.
What else is new? Cyan is gonna do.
Is he still covered in bugs?
No, they were just obliterated by a nat 20 max damage roll.
So I had a hilarious idea of him just hold still Pindy as he then proceeds to just cast Thorn Whip directly at me.
Thorn Whip, I believe, is a 10-foot range? 30-foot range, just kidding. Not even close, it can pull 10 feet. Okay? So, yes. Alright. So, a Thorn Whip goes flying past the head of Fizzwig and is going to attempt to strike. I believe that's a roll to hit. It is.
Yeah.
So, give me an attack roll. You can do it on there if you want. And then don't forget 1d4.
So we'll use his designated 1d4, which is a 2. Okay.
13 total?
13 total.
13 hits.
Yeah, and then he does
Made the difference.
a normal 5 damage.
It's actually, the roll stuff on here is actually so fucking good. It's so cool.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
Alright. How much?
5 total.
5 piercing damage?
It is it piercing?
Should be.
Slashing,
Thorns.
maybe?
Thorns.
Probably piercing. Here, it probably says it in here. If I
would say
click
attacks
on
against-
Creature takes piercing damage, yes.
piercing, okay. So, a little bit less effective, but it does hit, and you watch as more of the centipedes are snapped off and cut into little pieces. There are a couple there's a handful of them left, crawling over you, Pimby. Which takes us to Rune.
So, I'm coming, smelly small one.
I'm just so happy that was as effective as it was, because like the opposite would be like he misses, whips Pindy, and he's just like ah.
Yeah, but if he did hit Pindy, I think he would have the option to move him with Thorn Whip up to 10 feet.
Covered in thorns and
like
stuff.
whips him
Even if
and
he
reels
hit
him
Pindy,
in.
there's that. But I'm going over to the other swarm.
Okay. Meep.
Dragging him
And
across
I
the
swingeth my piercer.
Okay. Roll the hit.
sharp rocks.
That is 13 plus 8.
Hits. We know 13 the higher hits.
8
Okay.
piercing damage.
8.
Yes.
How
Be
because of
the
the
heel of
thrusting?
the party.
How dare you resist me?
But it doesn't matter because it only had 3 HP. As you strike the last ones off, and the few remaining ones go skidding to the ground, and all go hide and disperse themselves as these swarms have been overcome. Nice little morning wake up for you all.
I go back and I
The
just,
bugs repellent didn't work.
I just finish my tea. Like,
These are much bigger than usual.
I still say that.
Yes.
I skitter with
You drink more tea.
I skitter with them in the same direction as I'm about to just shit.
I'm just imagining you like laying on the ground, like inchworming your way into the woods.
Assign 50 experience each. Give everyone 50 experience. Boom. All right.
so Stein was the only one that took damage, right? Or no, it was you.
Cyan was the only one that took damage.
10 damage.
Yes. And
Jesus. That's right.
yeah, he did.
Then I will go over to him and I'll
Don't you know
use
centipedes are
my.
one of the most painful bites in the world?
I'll use my once per day cure wounds.
Oh, that's right. You
The
got
free cure wounds I get.
Okay.
So that's I think a D8.
Why is it on the wrong thing?
And heal 11 damage so that he's back.
Damn.
Back up.
Okay.
And I'll use my psionic ability to regain a psionic dice.
Okay.
Back up to 4.
All right. Now, I need a con save from Cyan.
Alrighty, let's go ahead and do this.
So you'll still get the 1d4 on that.
He has advantage against poison and is also immune to disease.
Is he immune to disease?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's part of his.
I'm looking right
He's immune
now.
to disease, but he also has the additional stuff of being having advantage against paralysis.
So artificer feature, racial features, armored casing,
Mechanical nature, maybe?
You have resistance to poison damage.
I do not see immunity. Oh, there it is. And resistance, poison, and damage, and immunity to disease, and you have advantage on saving throws. Of course, the things that got hit were both immune to disease.
So then,
Bugs?
do I roll for him anyway?
Do it.
And he gets advantage, right?
No.
But he does get the d4.
13.
Yeah, he doesn't have integrated armor. He just has hard
2.
skin,
So it's 15.
metal skin.
And this is a constitution. So what is his con? His con bonus is +2, so that would be 17 total.
Damn, pretty good. He feels like he barely saved himself from death. No, he's fine. 100%, totally good. Well, or I was kind of hoping somebody would contract a disease of some kind.
It's funny that I didn't me and him probably didn't even think about this type of thing happening.
It's worked out great. It's worked out
I
great.
mean, jungles, yeah, like they got a lot of diseases. Like
I didn't even think about that. I'm like, how do we find no matter what I make?
No, it's good. Yeah. Now,
Is it a bicycle in the woods?
as you all are looking at the remaining couple of centipedes that are scattering away, now completely harmless, the swarm's completely defeated, give me individual perception checks.
natural 20.
Oh no.
Hey, you've gotten a lot of those on
This
perception today.
mushroom guy is treating me well today.
What is your total?
26.
26, okay?
16.
Okay.
Cyan got a 5. Pimby got a 18, 21.
21. Good. Fizzwig and Fizzwig only. You just barely managed to notice something out of the corner of your eye. As the final bodies of the centipede swarms go scattering out, barely visible among the dense jungle foliage, you see 4 figures lingering at the edge of your sight, having been watching you. Golden eyes catching slivers of light filtering through canopies and branches, unblinking and unreadable. You notice that these figures are wrapped in cloaks, muted, that blend in with the greens and browns of the underbrush, and they are completely motionless. Their presence only betrayed by the slightest, most faintest rustling of leaves you happen to pick up on. And then as silently as they appeared, they start to slip away, just on the edge of your vision. 80 feet, 100 feet inside of the woods.
Are they humanoid or what are they?
You are just barely able to notice cloaks wrapped around them, and the eyes themselves, you're able to make out the slightest detail. The pupils are serpentine and slitted rather than naturally humanoid. There's no hurried steps, you don't hear any broken branches. There's barely a whisper of parting vines and a ghostly flicker of movement as they disappear back into the depths of the jungle.
My meta knowledge.
Whatever they came to see, they saw it.
My meta knowledge is.
As they're running away, I'm saying, well, come on back, friends. We're not.
Who are you talking to?
Oh, it's just. You didn't see those guys?
What guys?
We don't have friends.
Oh, there were some guys over there that were like watching us.
You've been eating those mushrooms again?
You know I am, man.
You said you rolled a 26, right?
Yeah.
I rolled a 25.
Oh, shit, dude.
I rolled a 16.
Yeah, you almost saw something. 21 for Cyan, and he didn't see it.
So
So
for Pimby got a 21. Cyan
Pimby got 21. Ah, okay.
And respect.
Pimby wouldn't have known what he was looking at anyways.
Well, I'm like, yeah, there were like 4.
I would have immediately
There were
marked
like
him.
4 kind of. I don't know.
Out of range.
4 people watching us. They had these like weird glowy snake eyes.
How many fingers am I holding up?
All of them. 3.
Okay. He's not seeing double.
Yeah.
We will say the details you were able to make out with 26 perception from that distance was the eyes. They were a humanoid figure, perhaps slightly taller than a standard humanoid. Some of the forms, 2 of the forms were broader and 2 were more lithe and slender. Give me a percentile.
Can you hit the 5%?
Because you are very perceptive. You didn't even have them out?
Wow.
I mean,
never rolled.
to be fair, I've got 3.
I didn't say roll. I said gimme.
Go
for it, roll. Oh, jeez.
86.
Or is it a 98?
That's such a horrible die, but it's so funny. We need to get you one of those like.
No, you don't. The ones that you gave me?
No, you know
So
those cat toys, the one that has the ball and the thing.
Oh, yeah.
We need to get one that's big enough to fit the die in. That way he can just throw the die in
I'll
there
print
and
this
spin
at
it all the
a
way
like
around.
10,000 scale.
I'll say the little bit of skin that you were able to see was greenish.
Sluts.
Meta knowledge
Okay.
Green
coming.
tinged.
I have one
You
idea.
must make a real life willpower saving throw in order to be able to absorb all that knowledge.
Fail.
I use my inspiration.
That's my life, though, man. Trying to absorb knowledge. Fail
If
those
we
rolls all the
wanna-
time.
Wait, what direction did they head from us?
They were to your west.
They went west, so deeper into the
Oh, yes.
woods.
Yes.
Or the ocean.
Did we want to follow them or
No.
I don't even know what you saw.
We are.
So they were like little sneaky.
Oh.
Well, we
sneaky
worked hard to get
We-
to the coast.
yeah, I was
Do you
gonna
want
say,
to go right back into the woods?
We promised Kawasha that we'd meet him at Port.
You need a rogue with 6 dash actions.
You know,
I'm sure we'll
sure-
run into them later.
I'm sure they'll come back
Yeah.
to say hello.
South it is. We
Very
should
good.
probably make good time since, we've used thunder again and that's never worked out well for us.
Yeah.
All right, we return to Chult.
Twice even.
Oh no, Chult is gone. We lose. Oh, it's back. Parallel
The
universe.
system is the universe is rebooted.
Now it's Bimby and
and Teal.
Bimby and the...
T.E.A. And it's Whizfig.
Yeah, but you could tell they were intentionally camouflaged with what they were wearing and how they were hiding.
I'm trying to think of a ring. Sigil.
And you definitely know that they were watching. They were watching before they fled.
Okay.
that actually kind of works.
Yeah, that's the B team.
Okay.
Yeah, so we head south.
South for the winter?
For the
On the trail we blaze.
Wait, yeah, south for the winter is what... Yeah,
Yep.
right?
Winter Texans are a thing. They go south for the winter.
Winter Texans.
Yeah, it's all the retired people who live up north. Their bones and
The only good Texan... No, I'm just kidding, they're no good Texans.
No, dude. I was employed by a lot of them
Slandered.
for all of my summers growing up because in the valley we'll have like lots that are built for huge RVs, but they were like semi-permanent properties. So they would have a yard.
Yeah,
would
they have the
bushes
plumbing
and
stuff, so
Yeah.
where you can just park
All they
and plug
do,
in.
exactly, and so it just actually
Basically,
connects-
just supersized RV parks.
Yep, exactly. And
That'd be
so
fun.
I did a lot of service. We had a couple that were really cool, that were really nice. A lot of them were huge assholes. They just treated me like shit.
That's people.
Yeah, no, and mind you, like it was just people who they came from a different. They were just visiting, and they sucked. I hated them. But I was a kid,
Hey man,
like,
don't judge. People are allowed to be at... No, I'm just kidding. Judge away.
say
Judge
that,
away.
fuck.
Judge them all.
I was
You have been judged.
All right, the camp, more or less undisturbed because of the the centipedes. Really, just kind of came directly up to you all.
Yeah.
But your initial morning greeting basically came down to an encounter with swarms of centipedes and some unknown, barely seen, barely witnessed observer.
I'm sure
Group of observers.
Cyan, if possible, would take a sample of one of these centipedes.
Oh yeah, that's not a bad idea. So then I'm assuming he has empty vials.
Yeah, he has
He does.
vials.
He'll just
And he's got his calipers.
Yeah, he will pick one up with the caliper.
Which were initially going to be his main weapon, like one of his main weapons was the calipers.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
As a casting implement.
Oh,
No, it was
or
like
a flavored-
a dagger thing
Yeah.
too. Yeah,
Oh, that's
Like
funny.
his trowel.
Yeah.
because he wasn't going to be an autognome at
Artificer.
first. I
Oh.
think was he? He was going to be something else.
Cyan was always an autognome.
Was he?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Well, Cyan, yes, but was it going to be Cyan or was it going to be a different?
He was debating between Cyan and the
That's right.
the fighter.
That's right.
I
Yeah, his
forget the name.
giant, the giant rune knight.
Yeah, the
Rune
Rune Knight.
or whatever. Yeah.
But I think because I had a fighter named Rune, he was like, I can't be a Rune Knight.
I'm
That'd be so
going.
confusing.
You ruined everything. How could you?
Hey man, I made the decision first.
Well, setting off
Okay.
for south.
I'm gonna put it in
Are we
the
going
chat.
due south?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think due south at a fast pace. Right?
Yeah.
Trying to get another 2 in, especially since we made noise.
Centipede is SCNTIPEDE.
Yeah. Okay. 100 foot.
Fizwig. Give me another active perception check.
Uh, 25.
Okay.
I only rolled a 19.
Give me a percentile.
Break out my percentile, but as again. Just gotta barely roll this thing. 25.
25%?
Yeah.
As you're packing up camp and you scan the area to make sure nothing is left behind, the sunlight, the sun now a little bit above the crest of the waves as the day is fully in play, right before you set off for the morning. Scanning to the east and letting your vision drift south and north along the waters, you swear you can make out a shape out on the water, far, far to the north. Just barely within range of what you can see, which almost doesn't make sense because you shouldn't be able to see what you think you see from this range, because what you think you see is a boat, like a rowboat type thing. But you can almost make out forms rowing and standing and moving on the boat, which should be impossible because the distance that the boat is at, the form of a creature or something like you would not be visible. So far to the north in the waters, you make out just the silhouette of something, a boat carrying something in the water.
So, is it possibly like the giants on a boat?
Well, she said,
They
he said
were
it was like a
boat.
rowboat.
At that distance, it looks like a rowboat.
You see, I don't have the wisdom to
What you have is
distinguish.
what you have is silhouettes. There's color doesn't mean anything from a
Yeah.
distance. There's no detail.
Hey,
You
color
have
doesn't mean
silhouettes
anything up
across
close
the
either.
waves.
That's what I think.
Yeah. It's like looking at what's it called when you have the display with the ants inside?
Ant farm?
Yeah, I think there's another name for it. Well, ant farm's
An
easy.
alien
A
ant farm
terrarium,
is the other name.
or specifically ant.
It's like that. It's like that. But when you're standing from a distance and you can see like bugs like on something from a distance, that's what you're seeing. Like you're not making out any details.
Okay.
But you've got a silhouette. You have a shape. It's moving, and there's clearly a couple things moving on, whatever it is.
I pull out my imaginary telescope.
So we said that range of vision is probably 10 miles, so it's probably right at around 10, 15 miles or
Somewhere around there, but you also, from where you're at, without having descended all the way to the coastline, and with your extraordinary perception,
It's almost dinner time.
there's a very good chance that you're seeing further than that.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Honestly, I think. Do we want to be safe and approach Port Castiglia with relative speed? Like, because
Well,
my
it's a
concern
band.
is that it's abandoned so far. What if it's an outpost for giants?
That's the
well,
plan.
they're north of us. That is.
You're absolutely right, but it could be an outpost for things. I think we should continue to approach the port, but not as fast as we have been, in case we want.
Do you want to get into the tree line instead of being out in the open and then continue?
That's not a bad idea.
That way we're slightly
Well,
hidden.
Let's say you
But
navigate.
either way, let's move.
Yeah, I mean, into the tree line, I'd say like 50 yards or so.
So then,
More or less.
okay.
Something where you can
Break line of sight.
We can see outside of the canopy, but we're still in it.
Yeah, we're at
You
least
have some
hidden
occlusion, you have some shade.
We're
We can
hidden
see
to
the
some
coast
obvious
through the
threats.
trees.
Right.
Sort of.
Yeah, although if you're like down in that
not
square below
necessarily the
you, you wouldn't be able to
coast,
see the coast from
I was
that
going to say,
particular
not necessarily
spot.
the coast, but at least the mass body
Yeah.
of water.
But if you were ever high, like, and you look super far into the distance, whether or not you can clearly make it up the coast, you would see the ocean past all those other
Right.
things. So, yeah.
Okay.
I think that's far enough to camouflage us, but
Okay.
not, we still have our bearing.
Are you navigator again?
Yeah.
Okay. What's our pace?
Extreme speed.
Extreme speed.
Yeah.
I think we're trying to make 2 today.
I think so.
If we see more signs of activity or giants or something, we can definitely slow down.
Okay. I will say, you are unnerved by the encounter of the morning. Both the creepy crawly insects and the observers that stopped by and then disappeared without a word, an introduction, or even a clear vision. For all you know, you might have seen shadows in the trees, and your navigating is subpar today. But because we are following a tree line, you don't get lost. But the navigating is less effective than normal.
Okay.
So even at speed,
It's
I
almost
know.
in time.
Even at speed, you will be making one. Cyan collects a centipede sample. Okay. You will make your one hex today, and we'll say like because you had part of another one earlier too. We'll say you almost get your 2. I'm kind of keeping track of bits and pieces there as well.
Okay.
All right. I need somebody to roll a d20 for the group.
Oh, just one?
Yep.
I'll do it. Come on, 20.
That's not what you want.
Every time he
I
rolls
rolled a
20.
1, actually.
Yeah, that's good.
I rolled a
Depending.
1. I rolled a nat 1.
That's totally good.
Depending.
We're gonna find out.
I just have to see it.
Can we roll the 1? What else? All right, Jim, what do we got?
All right.
Ooh, that looks bad.
Real bad.
What I will say is that as you start traveling and the hours pass by and you get toward about midday, you do see eventually some telltale signs of heavy travel through this space. And every now and then, just inside, you see signs of the travel of frost giants. Not en masse, but you're able to see some places where there may have been other frost giants that have traveled off to the west of you inside the space. But probably, unless we want to dig in, that's a good stopping point for the session.
I think this is a good stopping point.
All right, so we'll say midday.
Yeah.
We've got our travel. So we'll finish up travel from the next day. We're going to say, oh yeah, rune, no bug repellent today. I can delete that. All right. Midday travel. Morning hex. Did not get lost.
Midday travel, day 13.
Yes. All right. And
we're still.
it's closing page.
I genuinely thought this would be. Because that was.
It is day 13.
Oh, that's
So
right.
I put us
We
on day
started
11.
at
I did.
That's
I
right,
did.
that's right.
I'll go back and try to review that later on. But if I
Wait.
can't definitively prove that y'all are one day further, then I'm just going to
Yeah.
keep it on that day because time is important.
That's
here.
what I was
So-
going to ask, but I don't want to ask it because it's spoilers.
I mean, what you do know is it's a death curse, right? Every day, those that have been brought back from the dead are fading more and more. And by this point, if we're on day 13, that means 33 days of death curse. So anybody that did not have significant constitution and vitality
We're starting.
is dead.
As you said, it's basically 1 HP a day, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's if little Johnny got brought back from the dead at some point, he might have had 4 HP. So he's been gone for a long time. I mean, shoot, if any of y'all had been brought back from the dead prior to becoming adventurers,
It'd be close.
yeah, from before you leveled up.
I'd be looking rough.
Yep. Yes, indeed. All right, and outro screen. Boop, boop.
So if these adventures...
That's our new sound.
If every